I'm in the dark right now. Okay, I'm sorry. Wow, let's see. Usually it takes a few minutes for a few folks to tune in here, so bear with me if you don't mind, or come back in a few minutes. Uh, so I want to put some new pictures on the screen. So I don't have to put that many on, and I can put one at a time on there. So image sun 2019. These are some images of the sun that were taken not too long ago in July of objects on the a large object that was to the about the 5 o'clock position on the sun. If you go to actually ET database on YouTube, you can see them. I think it's in Scott Waring's latest post. So, and that goes to a site that's another person that's doing this is Terry something, Terry's forecast, no, Terry's theories. That was it. And it goes hand in hand with the way that we're seeing an increase, we're seeing spurts. We've been experiencing spurts for a long time. And of course, everybody has, whether they know it or not, I think. and I don't certainly think about it all the time either, but looking back on things, I can see the patterns. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You know, you have a series of, like last year and a couple of years before that, we had a number of years that California fires were getting worse and worse. Now, I'm not saying that they're not going to be worse this year, but at least initially, it seems like we're hearing more about fires in the Amazon and New Guinea or Indonesia and in Alaska, big time, and it's really interesting the way that, for lack of a better way to describe them, kind of like the left Democrats in the United States, but all over the world, the people that are actually in Europe, but it's probably more the right. Well, I don't know which it is, really. I don't know European politics at all, so I shouldn't open my mouth about it. But to where the opposites are being portrayed, and you know, it's like we've got to solve all the world's problems with our technology, you know, keep people from setting fires to clear land because the rich are doing it. The rich are the ones behind the jobs for the people that are setting the fires, and the rich don't want to be told what to do with the land that's in their possession. So now the global government, now the G7, are taking the position through the Paris Accords, right? That this is unhealthy for the people, and it is, of course, you know, but it's not that it's any more unhealthy than a lot of other things, you know, I mean, that are unhealthy to the vehicles, because all the vehicles are going through things that are unhealthy. And actually, the most unhealthy things that are going on are with the pharmaceutical companies and the chemical companies and the synthetic fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides and fungicides and genetic engineering and of course the chemicalization of, you know, the water supply by all the chemicals they use in the fracking and the oil wells and you know, putting all these things into the environment and the nuclear ways that are all these particles being put into the environment that get into the water and into the, you know, that increase the population of all the viruses and bacteria that fight against those things in the world, to try to and the immune system of the planet. The algae was an example of that. The algae blooms in lakes is an example of how there's a balance trying to be created because of all the sewage that is being allowed to go into the water, because the people have to live right there on the water, which is fine. I'm not against that, but then they didn't know any better at first, or maybe they did know better, but they didn't want to. They kind of overlooked it. That happens a lot, where people just overlook what the right thing to do is, to actually build systems to where they're not going to leach into the water that's alongside the lakes and the creeks and the rivers. It's like these are common sense things that if everybody was not so concerned about how much money they're going to make and how much money they're going to have to spend, and put that money towards the cleanup and finding ways of having cleanup, then you could do all these things on the planet, and be creating an environment where people can have maximum health. And this should all be taught in the schools. Tiendo said that, I guess I'm looking at a blank screen, not that you care about me. Maybe it's a good touch, right? I'm sorry about that, but well, they said that about the nuclear energy, being held back. I talked about that last time, and according to the tape, in Texas, because they thought the next level was keeping them from coming to an agreement yet, because until they could figure out what to do with the waste. Well, that tells you a lot about the way Tiendo would do things. They weren't against nuclear power, but they were against it before they knew how to deal with the waste. And at the next level would provide them with ideas on how to get rid of the waste. And those ideas can float around, but a lot of times they're expensive. And so that we never hear about them because they're not debated, because they're too expensive, So maybe money is the root of all evil. It's not all evil. That's the root of, because there's other forms of it. But that's a huge one. When it comes to the human kingdom, especially, I don't know how to think about it outside the human kingdom, but let's see. Okay. Hi, Sawyer. Yes, I'm going to the chat room. Good evening. Hey, Sawyer. Hello, everyone that joins. A lot of rain here by Chicago. Abnormal. Oh, really? Okay. Yep, I know. Yep. Hello, 78 Sound. Jeff, greetings to you. So let me try to find this image that I wanted to post here. It's not that hard to find if I just focus on it for a second. It's in my picks for live streams. And I go to I just put a folder in here. Maybe I put it in the wrong place. Let me see here. Picks for live stream, that's right. Do we have more than one of those? Okay. I'm not sure. Uh, well, there was another example that Tiendo gave that was along the lines of I was headed there and then I got sideswiped. Some thought came at me, and where did I put that folder? Oh, maybe I put it in the live streams folder instead of the pics for live stream folder. I did. So I'll just move it over here. And that'll solve that problem. For anybody that got here after I talked about it, these are some of the pictures that are coming from ET Database YouTube site of the sun, of the object in July that was photographed by a SOHO satellite of an object by the sun. And I've got a little different take on it than Scott Waring has. Uh, um, well, not entirely, but I wanted to show it to you first because I don't know if you can do two things at the same time by going to that page and seeing that what he's got posted there. I don't have my act together. I see that. I should have started this a little later. Okay. I still don't see it here. Okay, let's see here. I'm still here. I'm hiding behind this curtain. There it is. Okay, I can do this now. Okay. And I'm just going to turn me on. Stick me down here. All right. Now, hopefully you're going to get that soon. Ah, okay, cool. It's pretty fast tonight. All right, so in the top left corner is the sun through the SOHO satellite LASCO camera, and I don't know what this is. You can hear me okay, right? Yeah, and so that object to the right, down below at the 5 o'clock or so position, I guess 4 to 5 o'clock. Um, this object we've seen in a number of places, and I want you to take note of that. This edge, according to Scott Waring, is not created by the cutting off of that corner. And you can see where the sun's background is, you know. So if this is done by the next level, which I suspect it is, because it's consistent with a lot of things they've done before that I've shown in other screens, and some of that were slightly different, each one of them, because the next level doesn't do the same thing the same way. Twice, it doesn't seem like, I can switch to that screen. Since I'm talking about it, which is easy to do. And I guess I can make myself even smaller and put that image right there. But where you see the sun in the top right, the top left corner, which was 2013, I believe it was, in the same time of year as, I think it was in September or August of that year, with that object that has all that green in it. That was just a filter that was used. But using that green in there shows that there's this gold part and white part, which are different heat signatures. Heat or brightness, because there's more than one way to achieve that brightness. I understand. Now, the object I'm talking about, though, here in particular is below that one, the third from the left on the second row, going right to the right, from left to right, past Pluto. The first one's the Hale-Bopp comet with the companion object. And then that's Pluto with its 4 openings, or whatever they are. Exhausts. I don't think they're exhausts. Because I don't know, but who knows? They're probably, maybe they're ports. Anyway, but or maybe they're just holes in the planet, caverns. Anyway, but but I think they're put there for a reason. I don't think it's an accident that came out, especially in terms of where T and Do were teaching that it was possible that Pluto was an Earth lab, and inside of it would have a replica of the Earth in it with all kinds of communications, according to the way they designed the images that were done for the movie that they were developing in 1980s. Anyway, so if Pluto is an Earth lab, then when they saw New Horizons spacecraft, when it went by Pluto in 2015 and took these pictures, that happened to be, wow, I hadn't even thought about it this way, the 4th horse of the apocalypse being prophesied, being it's the 15th year, and the horse, I believe, was evidenced to have come in the 17th year with Donald Trump. And as the name of the horse, the figure horse. It's really a figure horse. for the global elite. Whether you want to call them Illuminati and Rothschilds and all the other families, Rockefellers and all the other families, Bushes, the Clintons. I don't know. I don't know if Trump's ancestry was traced back, but maybe he was like from a branch that was like head of the East India Company or something, from the corporate world of the corporate moguls. Anyway, in the past. I'm just, throwing that out as a guess. I have no idea. But I wouldn't be at all surprised because in a sense, well, not in a sense, but see, Lucifer and his associates are trying to groom the garden the same way, well, not the same way, but in the same ways, in some of the same ways that the next level does. That's, because the product from the human kingdom is from the garden is actually the human kingdom's DNA and their ability to create spacecrafts and life support systems, and so that they can try to get off the planet. These are real individuals that know that the next level or exists, but have reduced their consciousness of the next level to a point to where that they think of them as, they probably think of them more as, because I can't say exactly how they think, they probably think of them more as another space race that just has more technology than they have, as opposed to an evolutionary level above human. Because maybe that idea wasn't presented to them in the experiment that was held where they were in the classroom. Because this isn't the first time the next level's done this, but it might be the first time that the next level's done it with somebody they thought could be an excellent member of the next level that went against them. I guess that's possible. Because the next level is constantly growing as well. So, or growing to that degree, an individual growing to that degree. But that's just supposition. I can't say that anything Tiendo said. Well, yeah, they did say, actually, he said that the bar is being raised now. And she said that if early on, when they didn't know for sure how they got here, and when they came, exactly, and before they recognized that the space aliens were flying UFOs, the flying spacecrafts, they thought at first that it was the next level activity, the UFO phenomenon. And without getting into any details, and that's why they became, because they said that the clouds of light were spacecrafts from the next level. But I think the Luciferians can also make their spacecrafts look like clouds of light. But anyway, but then what happened was when they would hear some of the stories that the contactees and the abductees and the witnesses to the different close encounters of the third kind happened, they didn't talk about it at the third kind until later. We saw that movie when it first came out. But anyway, so what they told us was that in 1978, approximately, that if a spacecraft landed, and that we shouldn't automatically get on it, because it's not going to be necessarily us. And I remember wondering, well, how am I going to know? And I think somebody even asked, how How are we going to know? And they said, you'll know. It's because it's not going to be a question in our minds. We're going to be able to read the vibration enough to be suspicious in some way. Because they wouldn't let that happen to souls that were trying to take over vehicles. That they could be. They also said that they didn't allow the Luciferian, space aliens, fallen angel souls to abduct humans that had the potential to graduate at that time. I'm not saying that they don't have the potential to graduate now. We can't assume anything. Whenever they were talking about something, they were talking about that time period, not forever and ever and ever. Necessarily, they might be. That might be true actually, but I don't know that. So I don't want to extend it to that because I know that kind of question can easily come up for us, and so at least I'm going to throw my 2 cents in there. But so the bar was going to be raised, and he also said that at that time or at another time that that if next level members were doing some of the things that were reported to be done on those spacecrafts, in those UFO sightings and abductees and abductions and contactees, then they were going to have, she was going to set that straight, that behavior doesn't happen on the spacecraft. And I think primarily she was talking about the sexual stuff that they were doing, trying to extract sperm and the eggs. Because the next level doesn't need to extract sperm and eggs from humans. They can grow humans. But the space aliens can grow humans too by getting people to propagate, right? But see, then they do that because they want people to propagate because they want as much as possible that, and they also want people to stay stupid. And being overly sexual, maybe entirely sexual, well, its whole degree is of stupid in a sense, in terms of being able to judge what is common sense and not, in terms of new ways of thinking outside the box about the human kingdom. I think that's what it applies most to. I don't know if it helps our common sense in the human kingdom, but I imagine it might, to not be giving away our energy in sexual ways. But anyway, so let me see if there's anything else that T said about that. Raising the bar and correcting level member behavior. But that shows you how T's mind works. A little bit of sample of it. Because think about it, she knew that she was from the next level. She knew that she was Doe's older member, but knew that he had to learn that for himself. And so for her to, admit to not seeing something is like a defeat of the human ego. right? Because a human who is trying to take that position, which would be a fallacy, it would be a false prophet kind of person, a vehicle that was led in that direction by a Luciferian space alien fallen angel soul and or discarnate, spirits. Um, that can many times be related to those Luciferian fallen angel souls. Anyway, so it just shows that you're willing to be wrong, but you're willing to admit that you know what you know and you know what you don't know, and you know where to go to find out or to learn about what you don't know. That's what one of those Tiendo sayings was. And see that's not a little that's not like saying I can't believe anything I hear. I can't believe so I'm not going to bother. Maybe that's not related in that analogy, but that's a voice of the Luciferians trying to get us to not pay attention to Tiendo's material because of the many things in it that can appear fearful because of our programming in the human kingdom, right? Like to say that the Luciferians were the ones that wanted the most population to grow. Might appear that I'm like again I'm in favor of getting rid of a bunch of humans, which I'm not, and that's not my choice to make, and I wouldn't even want to have that choice because I don't have that judgment. The next level are the only ones that have that judgment of when to let certain strains of humans peter out. That if they're not growing in a way that's healthy. I said helpful like it was healthful, full of health is what I was trying to say there, of mind and body. Because Tino taught that there are gardens, different planets, in different places in, wherever the universe that are friendly and people are kind and and they're not going to strike out at people for no reason. I'm not going to say that they're like next level members entirely. They're young. They're like equivalent to humans, but meek. I think is the best word for it, which would be gentle and kind and compassionate and in general. Not that they don't have their moments, but if they're not subject to the same influences that is happening on Earth, which Tiendo said was unique, unless there was, they said in the Black Hawk tapes that it was unique unless there was another garden that was grown with a dropout like Lucifer being used as a catalyst. So they weren't disqualifying that as a possibility. And all right, I don't know. I guess I know that it was a lot of repeating for many individuals, but I did want to bring up that sun sign. And let's see, any more pictures here that showed that little round object? I know there were a couple of them, but like there was one in the Mars photo. Yeah, where's that? Mars. Oh yeah, but that's the one I was looking at. Duh. that third on the second row, third from the left, is the Mars when it flashed when Comet Elenin went by it, and it was actually you could, and it's actually in the same picture, I think, but I can't see it. But I think Elenin passed like right in front of it, Mars, and when it did, when it got to close to the middle point, coming from I think left to right, that's when Mars lit up like that. So it looks like a sun. Wow, I hadn't even thought about it that way. Look at that. It's the opposite side of the where the sun looks like that. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That is amazing. That is the next level are so there's no words for it. There's no words for how many times how many ways they give us clues to their real existence. I feel like I'm really trying to tune into that more than anything else. Trying to help people do the same things they're doing, potentially. I'm not talking about people that want to be in a next level classroom. I'm talking about people that, it doesn't occur to them to gravitate towards this information to the degree of really wanting to learn all about it and change behaviors and ways. But it might in the future for them, and it's not to judge them in any respect. But there's an individual that, well, no, that's not what I was going to talk about. There was this, let me see if I can find it in the document. Oh, well, before I do that, though, let me just mention something that Scott said in his YouTube video about that object that I need to move to again to talk about. That sun object, I don't know if you all saw this before, if some of you just logged in, but this was July, I think, 13th of this year from a NASA SOHO LASCO camera taking a picture of the sun. So if you don't know about these pictures, that black object to the left side, that's right in the middle there, is actually the part of the sun that would blind us if those rays were allowed to come out. So they've got like a little disc that they set up, and I don't know how they do it now, but they used to see an arm on it in the old days, coming into the picture that showed that where that disc was. And I don't know if they airbrushed it, to get rid of the arm. Who knows? Whatever's possible on that. But but that's so they've got the size of that just right, so that the camera angle blocks out those rays, so that we can see the corona of the sun. And so in the corona of the sun, when this was happening, look at these flares that are happening here at both sides. And we're in the solar minimum right now. Okay, so I don't know how they compare it to, there's other ways of seeing sunspots. But anyway, to see the corona, though, then it's just showing this. And you can even see the lightness, the brightness on this side of the object. So that's some kind of a solid object there. And You can't see my cursor, can you? I'm talking about that right picture that shows the brightness on the top of it, like facing the sun. Anyway, I guess you can see that, figure that out. Everybody can figure that out. It's pretty obvious. I was talking about that. If we can see the picture. If you can't see the picture because you're just listening to this, then I guess my explanation is good. Well, then in that case, if somebody can't see and they're trying to tune into this live stream, what I'm describing here is well, a clearly round object that is like about the size of what, maybe a fifth of the sun or something, or approximately, if you special, I don't know, but huh. Anyway, and inside of it, it has this, and it's about, according to the picture, it's about, a half inch or so, 3/4 of an inch, in terms of outer space would be maybe even hundreds of thousands of miles or even a million miles, I don't know, but from the sun, but away from it. But you can clearly see it in the corona, so it's not that far away, I guess. But and it's got a hole in the middle of it that shows the background. I don't know if we can see any stars in the background, but actually the texture of this object, so it looks like a donut. If somebody has eyesight that they've never seen anything, then they can only feel a donut and they can feel what it looks like then. And it's like a bright orange in this picture. I think I don't know if it was white in its original or not. I don't know if that was changed or not. But it looks like maybe it wasn't changed because of they're using the same filter. And you can see the flares there. So there's two like CMEs, coronal mass ejections, coming out of opposite sides of the sun. And the sun's corona also has like an eruption happening like entirely. And this object showed up like in one or two frames, or maybe it was more than that. But it was really fast. I mean, just blinked in the video, and then it was gone. Now I don't know if that's because NASA shut it off, or if the object disappeared. Because they could have shut off the feed. They could have it programmed that if anything weird happens, to shut it off so that they can examine what it is to decide whether to give it to us or not. I think the next level sees to it that they give it to us a lot of times, maybe even all the time. Because they have nothing to lose by giving it to us, really. Because in a sense, it can be thought of as part of the mission statement to acclimate people to the potential reality of being of space aliens, because then they can make money off of that, or they can generate a budget to pay for the Space Force. They can legitimize everything. That's why I think they're releasing these Navy videos. One was released to the mainstream media, and I just saw an article about it on Popular Mechanics, the magazine, and that's as mainstream as you get. Although the mechanics, in the sciences, mechanics is one of the sciences, I guess. So you would have people that were certainly analytic thinkers. And also, it looks like on that picture on the left there, uh, like there's two spots where there's an absence of the coronal light. Like it's some kind of, it's like that coronal light is just, but yet there's no break in the one ring, in that inner ring of the coronal light. And it's so defined, so well defined as round, right on the outside of it, on one side, all around it, and then on the top part, it's all like broken up, mixed in with the black material. Who knows, what this, but this is artwork, and that in motion, as well as functional artwork, I believe. Functional in many ways, even. Like one way would be functional to show us this, for what it can do for our heads and our recognition of the reality of the next level. And it could also be functional for a scientist that's studying this, to maybe equate it to some of their experiments or in some way, that helps them learn more. All things can work together where the next level is involved because they created this place. And so they know how it works, and they know what they can do to help us grow to recognize that this was a design, a beautiful design. You can't even talk about how beautiful it is. There's no words for it, and yet it's assumed. It becomes so assumed, and me too. I know I've been given all this, and I assume a lot. That's okay. That's part of the human kingdom. That we're not gonna, what else are we gonna do? We're gonna, and the way that Tiendo said that. I don't know if this is an example of what I'm trying to describe right this moment, but when we were doing night watch, and so this was like in Wyoming and northern Colorado and Texas, but I remember it most in Wyoming and northern Colorado, that we were assigned, two people would get up every hour and stand up and look at the stars, standing next to a fire that was going all night. A fire made out of tree boughs and regular fire. Anyway, so we get up and then we'd have a little log. And we'd have, I don't know if we had binoculars. Sometimes we might have had binoculars. But we had a log so we could write the date, time, and then what we saw. And sometimes you would see something that, would be like a streak of light, and then there would be like a puff of smoke behind it. And so you would get a pretty good idea that was a kind of a meteor of some sort. And it'd be going all different directions, and sometimes we saw meteor showers, but other times, so we'd log them. Well, I don't know. I don't remember being up when there was a meteor shower, though I had a lot of logging to do. I don't think I would have to log every one anyway. I could just say that there was a meteor shower in there. But anyway, but then then we learned to think we were identifying satellites because they would come over the same time pretty much every night, and they were like the same altitude. They had the same kind of brightness. They were very steady. They weren't that fast, and about as fast as a a jet would be, but higher up. Maybe a little faster than that. Yeah, probably a lot faster than that, but not like a streak. It didn't leave like a streak of light behind it or anything, or like some did. Some would go shooting across and you wouldn't see any. It would just be like, it wasn't falling. It wasn't, like burning up in the atmosphere of the earth. It was just like zipping, in all different directions. And a lot of times you'd see those right overhead. And sometimes you would see one that was going a little slower, but it would look like it had a zigzag motion. Now you could say that, well, maybe that's that you're looking through the atmosphere and that's what's creating that. But what T and Doe said about that was that the navigation of the next level, they're navigating like magnetic fields and magnetic lines, I guess. And so they are like constantly correcting their course. So they go back and forth like a wobble. I'm not saying they have to always do it that way, but that was like an indication of that's the way we are in our growth. And that's also in terms of the way that the spurts of growth on the planet. It happens in waves. And more people wake up and more people fall asleep, fall deeper asleep, or stay asleep. And even people that wake up are waking up in a bigger degree when they might still be, when we're all asleep. All humans are asleep, in my opinion. But it's not like a permanent condition. I mean, we're asleep in terms of what we're capable of doing that's more and more conscious of what we're doing and how it relates to the next level, and what we do with our time and energy. That's what I'm talking about by sleep. I'm not saying, and there's all kinds of things that we don't know about. And that's not really a sleep, though, because we might have never known about those things as a soul or as a genetic strain of humans. But I'm kind of tying myself in a little knot here, but all right, well, I was going to go, let's see, did I finish that with that thing? Yeah, that edge there on that object, I said before, was not cut off by the photographer. You can see there's a little bit of sun energy behind it. So as far as that object goes, it was interesting that I felt like there was a lull, and but a lull these days is actually there's plenty of going on. Like with the comets and the asteroids, and some of that might be more reporting. And I think it is sometimes more reporting because there's always been a number of comets that are coming and going, so but they may have more of an interest now to, the next level may want that to happen as well, to where people have more of an interest in space and the things that are happening in space, because then they're going to start to see these things more. And so, it all can work for the good. Even if they airbrush certain things out, we can still get enough of it to have a sense that what is from next level and what's not. And the guideline I've been using for what is next level and what's space alien and or human, counting CGI and video editing and all that, photo video editing is based on what Jesus said about you would see the signs in the sun and the moon and the stars. And I think the stars are, we look in the sky and we know we're seeing a bunch of stars, we're told, right? And I don't doubt that. I'm not saying they're all exactly what people think they are, but besides the point. But oh wow. But I think of the planets as being the stars as well. When Jesus said that, and I should go to that verse actually, since I am trying to. Let's see. I have to search for it. Shouldn't be too hard, because there might be some interesting parts of this to take the time to go through a little bit. Oh, okay. There it is. It's the first one. 24:29. Oh yeah, I might as well go into the other verse as well, which will help me kind of help somebody that was a Christian that left a message on my last live stream saying that he was going to challenge what I'm saying about uh, uh, Tiendo and the Bible and my physics abilities and my translation and interpretation of the Bible. And he left a couple of verses to look at, but I'm not going to talk about that now. Maybe I'll get to it later. So this is a famous chapter. I'm going to say famous because it's when Jesus spends the whole chapter talking about his return. And he starts off in Matthew 24:1 saying, "And Jesus departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him buildings of the temple. And then Jesus said to them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say to you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." Now, that was the prophecy that is an example of how it had a number of different fulfillments. But for Christians to look at that prophecy and say that happened in Jerusalem when they were thrown out of Jerusalem and all those buildings were toppled down. Okay, so that happened right away. So some Christians say that the book of Revelations was actually referring to that same time period soon after Jesus left, and that the seven churches were well, they have all kinds of things they say that relate to even into the nowadays, but they describe like a lot of things in the Revelation in terms of what was happening in the 1800s and 1700s, 1615, long ago that we don't have in our conscious memory, in our history books, in our, and it can apply to all those because the person does it, right? But that doesn't mean that there isn't a most accurate way of looking at it. And I'm not saying I get there 100%. Maybe I don't get there 100%. But this is a case where you don't need to get there 100% to get there enough to where you can see how this was all planned by the next level, and that we're the ones that put the limits on what the next level is going to do. So anyway, so the recycling would be, of course, the ultimate degree of throwing down all the stones. And thrown down is interesting because of the way that in Revelation 16, the last thing that happens is there's a hailstorm of about 90-pound rocks or 90-pound pieces of hail. It doesn't really matter whether it's composed of ice and rock or if it's just, like the breakup of a meteor showering upon the earth. Now, that would certainly be like a big pounding on everything. Each one of those would be like a nuclear bomb, probably. Maybe not that big, but certainly a huge explosion. And if it was rained on, how many there are there per square mile, The next level could do that. If they were, that would be a real merciful way of doing it, wouldn't it? Getting rid of the people that they didn't want to save for a future opportunity, whether that's human vehicles as well as souls and spirits. So then in Matthew 24:3, and he sat upon Mount of Olives, and the students came to him privately, saying, "Tell us, what shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?" And Jesus said to him, "Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many." Now the individual that wrote me the comment, one of the things he said that he wanted to do for me was get me to pray to Jesus. But why would I pray to Jesus if there were going to be many coming in the name of Jesus? In the name Jesus. Right? Because then if many were coming in the name Jesus, right from the beginning of the return, then aren't there going to be a lot of dead humans that come in the name of Jesus? So they think that it doesn't have to be a lot. I mean, there could be, a few that have that mindset, but can, influence a lot of people, by telling them they're Jesus, Wouldn't it be funny not funny, but wouldn't it be interesting if a spirit that believes that they are Jesus or they're working for Jesus, so they think in terms of being Jesus' representative, which many preachers actually take on that role. The Pope certainly takes on that role, in theory. Not that he personally does think that way. I don't know if he does or not. He may think of it entirely more objectively than that. But he allows himself to be portrayed as speaking for Jesus, speaking for the church. And so that's, to me, deceitful if he knows better. But it's not necessarily deceitful if he doesn't know any better. Although it's deceitful for the ones that led him in that direction. Anyway, so this is an indication that Jesus, when he said he was coming back, would not have the name Jesus. That's what it says to me, but I already know that, what it means. I mean, but I'm well. I'd like to, I'd like somebody to shoot that down if they can, if they want to. I'm not saying it's the absolute truth. It doesn't really matter if it's the absolute truth or not. If it's at least as viable as the other interpretations, then we have the right to believe it. That Doe is the return of that individual, and the new name was Doe. It's actually Bo before it was Doe, but Doe is the name of the return of Jesus, and Bo was the name of the return of uh, the same soul in the task with his older member that became named Doe, that then took on the task of returning as the same soul as Jesus was. I'm sorry, I'm saying that in a confusing way. Tindo didn't come saying they were Jesus. They actually said that Jesus was going to come during the seventh closeness. They said that in the book. They didn't even say that in a statement or in a meeting that I ever heard. We had the book. It was UFO Missionaries Extraordinary, the second part of it, that Jesus would come during the seventh closeness. And I've gone through this before, and I can keep on going with it, but I want to not go too deep down each little thread, so that I can make more headway in a new one. So right, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Well, what Tiendo said was that there's many spirits that would love to be Christ to us, love to be Jesus to us, love to be God to us, love to be an authority of us, love to be our mentors, love to be our teachers, love to be our controllers, or geniuses or whatever, people that thrive on all that when they were living, and so they continued to thrive on that when they died. And souls that returned to that kind of thinking when they dropped out of a previous classroom. What happens is then they regress into their old behaviors that they had on that genetic strain to some degree. Not entirely necessarily, but in some ways. Like they may still continue to be kind and meek kind of people with one another, peaceful, loving. But then they have this other side of them, just like we see in the human kingdom, where when they go to work, now it's humans are collateral damage. Because we really need to develop this way of combating disease using vaccinations. And so, because they're easy to transport, and we can give them to a lot of people and get rid of the disease from killing everybody. And so we need to develop this form of therapy. And I'm not saying there's something wrong with that therapy. What's wrong with it is not improving it when you see the signs of it doing something bad, or using it before you know that it's as safe as you can make it. The same way as like not using atomic energy unless you know that you can make it to where it's safe to use it and safe to deal with the byproducts. It's like Tiendo taught that all things in the human kingdom are opportunities. They're all the elements are to be used by the humans, all that they can reach and get to, and Doe even said that that he and T didn't agree with the aspect of environmentalism that was trying to keep species alive, that they should be allowed to die off because the next level designs it that way for that to happen. And it might even have to do with that species returning at a later date in a stronger way from having experienced whatever it experienced that caused it to die off. It might have, imprinted certain things upon the genetic code, to find solutions, even in the animal kingdom. Don't eat this thing anymore. Don't drink the water unless if it smells a little bit. Things like that. No matter how thirsty you are, it's going to kill you faster. I'm going to go into the next verse. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Okay, so they're saying the end is not yet. So end is the end times he's talking about. And so that gives you the big clue there. And the actual word is, I should actually be putting this in Matthew 24 in my other software because then I can go through those definitions better. I do that before. I've done that before. Better. This program is better for searching for me. So I use it for that. Okay. Whoops. Okay, Matthew 24, that's easy enough to get to. And then hide that, and then I gotta expand that again. And then expand this. And then go down to where I was before. Well, it said end of the world before here. End meaning completion, consummation. Entire completion. And world here is aeon, like ahion. Ahion? Ahion? Is that the way you say that? Which is like eon, right? Eon. And that's like an age. Doe said that was an age, and it's the 2,000 years period of time. So right, that's not saying it's the end of the human kingdom, is it? Well, it can't apply to that though. Let me see if it is. There's another word, Gaia, actually in Greek, that actually includes the human kingdom. So they're saying that it comes from I, which is properly an age, by extension, perpetuity, also past, by implication, the word world, especially Jewish, a messianic period, present or future, an age, course, eternal, forever, more, ever, beginning of while the world began without end, compare with Chronos. Oh, Chronos, isn't that the word for Saturn? The god of Saturn? Okay, but that's not related there exactly. But I is ever, continued duration, apparently meaning a continued duration. All right, always can seem like forever to a human because it's going to be many lifetimes of humans. I think that's one way to look at it. Anyway, but uh, take care that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, my identity, my teachings, saying I am a Christ. In a sense, all the preachers are doing that. In a sense, right? Well, but they're not saying I am Christ. That's where it differentiates. And I must point that out. I'm not saying the preachers are doing that. That wouldn't be right. Some people do that, uh, and some of them don't tell anybody about it. Like I think David Icke at one point thought he was the return, and I think Rael thought he was the return. And then he changed it to being the Maitreya. Which, by the way, I talked about Maitreya before, but I'm not saying that people that believe in the Maitreya are on track. No, that's another. If at this point, there's not a lot of choices. There's only two. It's either Tiendo in the next level, because some people might not ever hear about Tiendo. So whatever they think of, if they think of the Maitreya as being, the chief of chiefs kind of identity, then I'm not the one to say whether that spirit or soul would be saved or not for future opportunity. But nobody's going to graduate unless they go through Tiendo. They're the heaven's gate, the gate into heaven, into the evolutionary level above human, the physical, many-membered evolutionary kingdom level above human. Okay, so then over to Matthew 24:7, and you shall hear rumors of wars and rumors of wars. See, be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. That's where I was left off before. And I wanted to see if end was the same word, telos. Point aimed at as a limit, to set out for a definite point or goal. But the end in this context means getting on to the process, the program, to set out for a definite point or goal, to graduate. Properly, the point aimed at. The point aimed at is to become a member on the crew in the next level. That's the limit that we're trying to break out of the limitations to doing that. The conclusion of an act or state, which is part of the same thing. The termination, literally, figuratively, or indefinitely. The result of one's changing their ways of thinking and acting. Immediate, ultimate, or prophetic. The purpose, changing our purpose to have just one purpose. And that purpose is can be one purpose. That is to be the best student we can be of Tiendo. That's the highest purpose that we can achieve, and in this life. And that also means working for them, having a purpose. Not only having that we have a purpose, but we serve a purpose for the next level. That's very important. Because a lot of people can think they can believe this and they make it into another religion where they just believe it and they go about their life as if, it's a secondary thought, or just do it on Sundays. Or they give their tithe and then they expect to receive blessings from God in some form because they're, living up to their obligations to give to the poor. I'm not saying that's the bad things to do, especially if somebody doesn't know any better. Uh, and if they really are going to the poor, then I think it's certainly better than not doing anything for anybody else. It's humanitarian behavior, which Doe said was when the older members aren't here, that's the best behavior we can have. And then it's an impost. It's an impost. The end means an impost or levy as paid. In other words, you're paying the price. You hear Christians say, Jesus paid our price. Well, he didn't actually pay our price. He showed us how to pay the price. It's a huge difference. We have to show that we have to pay the price by overcoming our humanness, and it's not something that's easy to do. And it takes a lot of work, and over time it happens. And it can take a number of lifetimes in the human kingdom. But that's not the same thing as reincarnation. Reincarnation was inaccurate the way the Eastern religions were teaching it. Everybody doesn't come back. All souls don't come back. Because all humans don't have souls to begin with. And so all spirits don't come back because they don't leave. And what it said in one of the things I think that Paul said was that every human has their own spirit. There's only one life. There's only one spirit. But that's not the same thing as there's only one lifetime. I don't know which way Paul meant it. I think he was like a Sadducee, and the Sadducees tend to believe in reincarnation. That kind of a Jewish traditional belief, which were, they were in conflict, just like there's different sects in Christianity that are in conflict with one another. And it's also the end means the final time period, and also the uttermost. In other words, the height of the human kingdom, which would be right at the harvest time. That's where you're going to get. That's where it's going to be time to take everybody that became a fruit, a flower, a fruit, right? It's all the people that are gay that are going to be graduating. And, there might be a lot of that. A lot of people that have gay vehicles may end up opening their eyes more and more. They certainly have a lot of reasons not to go with what the religious teach. So if they become atheists because of that, that's a good step. But if they deny that this place was created, designed because of their being hated by the religious, then they're the ones that are going to miss out if they don't eventually open their eyes a little more. And but it's all according to the judgment of the next level, whether those spirits and or souls will be saved for a future opportunity. But it's not human to judge that of anybody. So anyway, I'm going to move on to the next. So wars and rumors of wars, I believe they're talking about World War I and II especially. Because a lot of this has application in the Middle East, simultaneous with having potential application or future application in the new area geography where the New Jerusalem ends up setting up base. And Jesus said that Jerusalem wasn't going to see him again unless there was somebody that came in his name. I'm not going to go to those verses right now, but there's two verses that indicate that. He said everybody that the next level sent to you, Jerusalem, and Jerusalem stands for the Jewish people in that context as well as the city itself and the geography, were stoned. You stoned the prophets. So you're going to be left desolate. Desolate means like waste. You're going to become waste. In other words, everybody that doesn't wake up to the grade and school that the next level requires of them will be considered to be waste, whether they're in spirit form, soul form, or just the human genetic strain of the vehicles that those individuals were occupying or were coming from. In the case of a spirit, coming from the human genetic and cultural and mix with next level mind. Spirits become a mix of those three forms of mind stuff. I'm doing a live stream. So I'm going to go to the next verse. I still haven't gotten to the one I wanted to talk about. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. Okay, now this is, I'm not saying that this hasn't happened. This has happened, but it happened most during the world wars. It just didn't happen in North America as much at that time period. The timeline is the end of the age. Now, what greater end of the age is there than the 7th, 8th, and 9th years or decades of that, which is 1990. No, I didn't mean decades. What was I thinking? Well, centuries. I was thinking initially, like, the 1900s. That's obviously the last number in the sequence. So that's the most accurate form of the end of the age, is the 1900s, and that's when everything happened. Starting, it appears, with that spacecraft that crashed in Aurora, Texas in 1897 with one individual on it that I think might have been a student doing a task like John the Baptist that might have taken the vehicle and helped other vehicles as well. Maybe Gandhi. I don't remember now what. But yeah, maybe Gandhi, Martin Luther King, potentially. Could have been a student soul interfacing with that vehicle, even planted into that vehicle. But I would think it would be more of an interface with that vehicle. Because if they were planted, then they would want that soul to grow. And so he left in the 60s before T&Do came public. Martin Luther King Jr. did. And so that might be because that same soul went to take a vehicle to be in the classroom after that, where they had done that task that Martin Luther King did to speak against the Vietnam War, and which is one of the things I think the government really hated about him. And these are the beginnings of sorrows. Okay, so now he's also talking to the you, meaning he says that the next verse in Matthew 24, 10 or no, 9 is, then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and you shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. Now, that hasn't happened yet to that degree now, after he left for his name's sake. Because remember, these can apply multiple times. I'm saying remember as if you're supposed to believe that. But I don't think you have to believe anything I say. But I'm saying that based on other things that, I didn't like the way that, I can't be that, oh, never mind. Probably just wasting my time talking about that. Anyway, so let's just get back to the task here. So this is certainly applied to the students of Jesus, and he told them that they were going to experience this. But the context here is that he was describing what was going to happen, but he was saying right in the beginning that the end is not yet, that you're going to see the rumors of wars and be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass. So all these things that he was talking about, he continued to talk about those things. And that they would, okay, and the clue to that he was talking about primarily that time period then, he says that many will be offended and shall betray one another and shall hate one another. And that certainly happened with the Christians, the Christians persecuting everybody that didn't believe the way they believed in the Middle Ages. It was terrible, right? They became evil incarnate, the people that were in the church. Not that, the people weren't necessarily, but the leaders certainly became of that mindset, many of them. Otherwise, they would have left the church. They wouldn't have stayed with it just because they had their position and their power and their influence and their wealth, all the corruptions. Then it says, and many false prophets shall rise and shall deceive many. And there certainly have been many of those false teachers. That's what they're talking about, false speakers, people that are speaking things that are not true. A spurious prophet, a pretender, a foreteller, or a religious impostor. A pseudo, it's from the word pseudo-prophetess. Pseudope, Rophetus. I'm not sure how to say that. Wow. But pseudo means deceitful, erroneous, wicked, false, a liar. Pseudome, middle voice of an apparently primary verb, to utter an untruth or to attempt to deceive by falsehood. And that's what's happening. And Paul is the one that started that the most. But I'm not saying he was conscious of it. I don't think he was. But it's possible that he could have been conspiring with a high priest of the Jewish religion that was against Jesus, that even had to do with Jesus being murdered. When it says iniquity shall abound, they're talking about violation of law, or genitive case, wickedness, iniquity, transgression of the law, unrighteousness. Well, I mean, one of the biggest forms of that is war and the death penalty, because that was one of the laws that is being violated by many, certainly all these so-called developed countries, the that have that. Anybody that has that law in the books, or justifies going into other people's land and properties, even though the next level isn't border specific on that, they know that's the way things were set up, and so they don't expect that people are going to change from that behavior. But then the next stage, the more advanced way of thinking would be to not interfere with other people's countries and only be helpful with one another's countries, the same way that we are to be with one another. But we see the evidence that of deceit and everything, and those people that are saying this are saying that they're Christians sometimes. I mean, Trump goes to talk to Christian groups, and he indicates that he's one of them. And Bush actually talked to the French president at the time, right before when they were trying to gear up to go to war in Iraq for the second fall of Babylon in that context. Babylon having been a city in what the territories that today we call Iraq. So even fulfills that prophecy. But there's more than one interpretation of that prophecy. I've talked about that before. We have the new Babylon now. So anyway, well, I guess I said enough about that. I forgot where I was going now. I'm just going to move on. And the love of many shall wax cold. Yeah, well, what I was going to say before is that the leaders of a number of the G7 countries are Christians. They go to church and they sit through the Mass. And I think Trump may do that. He may be just doing it for a show. But Bush, when he said to the French president, that's what it was that he was fulfilling prophecy of the Gog and Magog, and I even have that exact quote here somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to read this. It's from a document. I'll go ahead and post it. Not that I'm in support of this. Not that I'm in support of this website, but as long as they let me comment, I'll keep on commenting here because it's a good avenue. Okay. So it says, incredibly, when President George W. Bush was stampeding the Iraq invasion in 2003, he told French President Jacques Chirac that the attack was needed to thwart Gog and Magog, the Bible's satanic agents of the apocalypse. And then it says, honest, this isn't a joke. The President of the United States, in a top-secret phone call to a major European ally, asked for French troops to join American soldiers in invading Iraq as a mission from God. After leaving office, Chirac recounted that the American leader appeared to their common faith, Christianity, and told him Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East. The biblical prophecies are being fulfilled. This confrontation is willed by God, who wants to use this conflict to erase his people's enemies before a new age begins. That was all in quotes as being from George W. Bush. Or no, wait. No, that was Chirac recounting what George W. Bush said to him. And I'll scroll down so you can read the rest of it if you want to. Uh, it's no longer that. Well, if I want to talk about Gog and Magog, I could a little bit. I don't have a lot to say about them. All right, and then I'll go. Okay, French Revelation. I'm going through this kind of fast. You can always stop it, right, and read it if you want to, or go to that website. That'd be an easier way to do it. Then I got my comment here. Which I just gave a synopsis of what I think about that. But in terms of okay, this is the part I wanted to read about the Gog and Magog. It says, by some accounts, Magog is a geography, while Gog represents the beast in quotes, a poisonous mammal, like Jesus talked about happening, where poison is spewed being anti the next level's real existence. Magog can be many places on the planet, with one or more in the U.S. since until soon, the U.S. has been saved from having wars on their soil in a long time. I didn't say that very well. Write that very well. Okay. So perhaps Magog is that town in Quebec with Lake Magog crossing the border. There's actually a town in Quebec called Magog. And it's interesting that we're talking about the French president. I didn't even, I don't know if there's a coincidence there or if that this really is one of the areas that might be considered Magog. Where Lake Magog crossing the border into Vermont, the Green Mountain State in the Northeast Kingdom part of the state, with the statue of the goddess Ceres standing on the top of the Montpelier Capitol building with its gold dome. In 2015, an amazing array of lights became photographed by the Dawn spacecraft on Ceres. Lots more connections for those interested. Anyway, so that I want to go back to the other screen now, but my cursor is disappearing here. So before I learned about the Gog and Magog, which I actually learned about the town, the city called Magog in Quebec, I wondered if Magog was the area near Manzano in New Mexico, because that's where Doe and crew built a structure that was using the Earth technology of using tires, filling them with mud as the bricks for the house, the building that they were building. That was actually sold to somebody else, and they ended up using that property, I believe. But I wondered if that was the area because they called it, Doe and crew called it a fortress, and they built a tower. And there was some indications in the book of Revelations of a gathering of students, but it was depicted as being 1,000 years after the beast was recycled. But then again, no, it didn't have to mean that. Didn't have to mean that. So it might be actually upcoming that there will be individual. Well, I always kind of tended to think that if I couldn't talk about this on the internet anymore, and I couldn't do it in any other ways, that I would have to try to go out and hold public meetings. And I don't know if that's a potential future for me or not. I don't know if my vehicle will live that long. But I would be heading towards that area. I'm not saying I would stop in that area. I might. I don't know what would happen. But that would be my destination would be that Earthship area of Manzano. But not just that area, but like a triangle with, I think, Datil and Socorro, and maybe Datil and Socorro, or Socorro and I want to say Truth and Consequences, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. It's another town south of Manzano, considerably, and to form like a triangle. But actually, Manzano might be in the middle of that triangle, for all I know. Maybe Snowcraft or Snowcraft, Arizona. I'm getting mixed up now. So anyway, it's that area. In other words, Tiendo, when we lived in that area, actually the first time we moved to that area, Tiendo said that they felt like that area in New Mexico was like there was like a triangle among three of those towns. And I just don't remember what they actually said were the names of those towns. But then when Doe went to that area and he built that Earthship, to me that was sending us a message that if you are going to find yourself in one spot, then that might be the place to go. And he also talked about if some felt to leave soon after he left, which I don't know what the time frame of that would be, a brief period of time, that they should go to the Southwest. But if they can't, that's okay. But that would be the preference, to go to the Southwest. And so that might be a place to leave from. And it might be that it could actually become a situation to where people talking about Tiendo as being the return of Jesus and his Father, and having been from outer space, so that even atheist scientists might believe in space aliens might consider the talk of the recycling to be evidence of those space aliens basically to be at war against, to stop. So in other words, the Space Force, though it's designed to also control things on Earth and keep people from shooting down satellites, also has the potential of trying to put up a shield to, somehow, deflect asteroids and or against space aliens that there's rumors might be coming. And the rumors are something that's the way that T and Do talked about how the space aliens think about things. That they have rumors that they learned from other space aliens that were vehicles that were grown in their spacecrafts or their laboratories or their underground facilities, wherever they were, where they were propagating in some way or shape or form under the earth, in a spacecraft under the sea. Anyway, so it is depicted in the opening of the fifth seal, which happens after the fourth seal, which is the fourth seal we're on right now, I believe, that a number of individuals that are standing up for the truth about the next level, and T and Do, the two witnesses, and who they were, and Jesus as one of them, were going to be persecuted. Now, that might mean that Christians are also persecuted, just the same way that when, even though a lot of the Jews were against Jesus, they were also persecuted after Jesus left, because it was from them that the disciples joined with Jesus. Most of the disciples had been, I guess, from that background, genetically, and in their families. Because it doesn't have to be just genetic. It can be through birth with somebody else that was in that family, the genetic strain. All right, so this is where the idea of false prophets can be the actual leaders of the religions, but that can also be the leaders of the countries and the leaders of the science institutions, and the environmental institutions, the art institutions. All the leaders of everything are all the ones that are saying that they're speaking on behalf of their higher power, their Maitreya God, whether it's the Hindu God or the Buddhist God or the Islamic God, Allah, or whether it's Jehovah, the Elohim, the head of the women's movement, the head of the heads of the atheist movement, the heads of the gay and rights movements. I don't know where to draw the line. They can all be potentially people that are teaching their perspective. There is no male movement, so I can't say males, because the male movement dominated the planet. So I can't be like, the head of the heterosexual movement. I can't say that either, because most people, I think, are probably heterosexual. So I can't be, politically and socially correct in trying to outline all the people that can be potentially false prophets. It just doesn't mean religion. That's the bottom line. Like if you tell somebody that they can potentially add to saving the planet and the human kingdom by convincing other people that they can do it too, because if we get enough people to save the plastic bags and not use the straws and all the other things and pay the cap and trade bills and maybe the carbon tax that'll probably come to pass eventually, one way or another, either indiscreetly or directly, by the raising of oil prices. That could be part of this. I didn't think about this before. I did think about that there can be a conspiracy going on here. And I don't think of everything as a conspiracy. I didn't think about this event that happened between in Saudi Arabia as a conspiracy. I didn't know. I just heard what they said. And they said it couldn't have been the Houthis because they don't have the capacity to launch missiles with their current capacity. Now, they could know that capacity. So I don't doubt that that's potentially true. So they're blaming it on Iran, right? And now they're saying that they have some kind of a satellite footage that's indicating Iran, but it's not like it's like circumstantial. So I don't know what they exactly have, but it actually doesn't prove that Iran did it, and Iran's denying it, and the Houthis are saying they did it. Now, considering how close, well, never mind. I think there's a lot of capacity for a number of different players, so to speak, in that violent game, that evil game, can be playing. But what the result is that the oil prices are going to go up, right? But they're saying they're not going to go up much because they're going to, Trump says he's going to use the oil reserves. Why would you use oil reserves when you could stop exporting so much oil? Because the United States is becoming one of the biggest exporters of oil because there's so much coming in with the gas as well from the fracking and the amount of oil wells that are still drilling and still coming up with oil. There's no lack of oil. Remember they were teaching that the oil companies were saying that peak oil is what it was called. That was the key word, peak oil. And everybody that believed that it was peak oil was happening were going to be justifying having to pay more for their gasoline, because by the supply and demand model, if peak oil is reached, then there's less oil on the market, and so therefore the price goes up. So that looks like it was a way of making a lot of money. And I'm sure they made money hand over fist on the stock market by doing that. And the same thing with this global warming thing. They can make all kinds of money using different aspects of the global warming industries. Whether it's the solar farms or the wind farms or which naturally they want to do because they want to get off of oil, which isn't a bad thing. And I think the next level is even encouraging them to do it, in a sense. I'm not saying directly encouraging them to do it, but in a sense it can help. They might be, because it can help prepare people to do without oil, so that when the infrastructure does go down, which it's scheduled to do, everybody won't be left without any ability to have some power. It just won't be enough power to, boost rockets to outer space and for airliners to go traveling all around the planet. But maybe they can develop battery systems that can provide that kind of amperage and force. I don't know for sure. I know there's electric cars that can provide the force, right? So I don't know. I'm not saying that it's not possible that they can develop better forms of technology for transportation. And we may experience some of that. And but I think a lot of things will change by that time. And so a lot of people are better off to, be able to get their power from water and air and sunlight. And if they have other methods, then great. Learn what it is and install it if you feel like you're someplace where you want to ride it out with family and friends. So that's where a positive can be made out of the deceit that goes into saying that humans are causing global warming. And even though they cause a little tiny bit of it in different regions of the planet, it doesn't affect everything. But it's the same kind of thinking that says that we're all gods, all we got to do is accept it. Because God is all things, right? God is everywhere, right? So we must all be God. That's what we were taught in Catholic school. So I'm laughing, but it's a sad laughter because it's so inaccurate. It's just so absurd. So I guess my laughing is a little sarcastic. So it's a negative characteristic that I have. But I don't know. I don't feel like doing necessarily feels that way. But I'm not being sarcastic about somebody else in person. That's not. It's the belief system. It's the the belief system that these writings here, these documents, these computer generated charts of our observances of temperature on the planet and melting ice and different weather patterns all add up to humans changing the weather by their behavior. When for thousands of years the weather's been changing, and it's clearly not for human reasons. We have in our history books to prove. Whether it's more or more now is irrelevant to that. So, but anyway, the next level have a reason for heating up the planet. They have a reason for putting us through these tests of even dealing with people that are becoming fanatical about that. And are ready to impose all kinds of things on people in other countries, so that they can feel like they're making sure that people don't do more than their carbon footprint. So that's another religion. That's really another religion. And the priests are the ones that are the biggest speakers. They're the false prophets of that religion. Because nothing they're doing is going to change that. And that's apparent, actually. And in fact, they're saying that it's escalating. Now, why are they saying that it's escalating? In other words, the ice is melting faster than they thought. So the global warming, it's more serious. That's what they're putting out. Well, that just gets more people, empowered to go out there and tell other people about it, right? And then the more people that know about it, the more people are going to elect the people that are talking about that, and the more they can have the justification for putting on the carbon taxes and requiring that only electric vehicles be used, and so phasing out making it illegal to drive a gas-powered vehicle or limiting your mileage with it. They'll do it gradually so that the poor aren't destitute and people aren't losing their livelihood because they can't get to work, because they can't afford. They'll subsidy to a degree, but they won't subsidy that much because they don't want to get rid of the money. And they don't have to prove to us that they're true because they're not. A lot of them know that they're not true, I think. I can't imagine that they don't. That they don't know. I mean, one of the big evidences is look at the sun activity. And look at these signs in the sun, and look at these. The sun is the primary number one. If you're going to have all the reasons why you could justify global warming, the sun is the biggest reason. But it's the least talked about. It's the least talked about. They don't bring it up at all. Why? They don't want people to see the sun because there's no advantage to it. They can't use it for politics. What are they going to say? Oh, join the movement to stop the sun. No, they could say join the movement to find ways to block the sun, and they're actually trying to do that. It appears they're trying to do that. I don't know for a fact that they're trying to do that. But I've been told that the chemtrails are an attempt to block the sunlight. Reflect it back into space. Like some of the volcanic materials are said to do. There are actually machines being developed that take the carbon out of the atmosphere and convert it into fuel that can be used to power a car. I saw a story on it on NPR, maybe it was, or a written story on YouTube, I think it was, maybe. And I don't doubt it. There's no reason to doubt things like that. Sure, I could be tricked by that too. Someone could come up with that, but it wouldn't stay tricked by it for too long before somebody would surface it and show that it was trickery. You keep with it, and you would see more developments in that vein, or you would, and then when you saw more developments, then you would know that even more that it wasn't trickery. So I didn't get back to this verse that I wanted to get to. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved, in Matthew 24:13. So there's endurance involved in this process. And it requires a time period. And then he says, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. Now that happens twice, in my opinion. It happened right after Jesus left, and it's happening now. I'm talking about through Tiendo's teachings is when it started to happen, because they were teaching the same thing that Jesus taught. And that went all to the world because it went international. All the stories that Tiendo were big in were international. In 1976, the New York Times International Edition and the National Edition published in the magazine section, picture of Tiendo on the cover of the magazine section, an article that Tiendo said was about the best article they read about them. And it was called The Pied Pipers. No, that was The Pied Pipers of Heaven's Gate. That was the second one they wrote. Now, this one was called something else. I forgot now what the name of it was. Well, if you type in New York Times Heaven's Gate, you'll probably come up with a link going, and Bo and Peep. If you put that in there, you'll probably come up with that first article that was written that went international, and then Doe did a number of things internationally with USA Today ad in 1993 was in the international edition and the national edition of USA Today. And it was a third of a page with a lot of small type, a lot of words. And it's in the Heaven's Gate book if you want to read the document. And I'll send it to you if you want to see it. It's actually posted on my blog. I'll send you the address. Just let me know. And I guess I should put in my. Well, I'll put in my address in a few minutes. Then the next verse is, when you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place. Reader, let him understand. And stand in the holy place, which would be, in other words, like gird your loins, make yourself pure, purify your vehicle, sweep out your vehicle of all the humanness, like Jesus said to do, to sweep out your house, to clean your house, to get to wash your brain of its human thoughts and behaviors and ways. Wash them out. Put them behind you. It doesn't mean you have to, you can. You can go as far as, not having any relationship with anybody in the past. I'm not suggesting that because I don't want to cause people to, accuse me of telling people to do that. I'm not saying to do that. I'm not doing that right now. I'm not leaving. My daughter lives in the same house, but I'm not the example to follow either. But it's all degrees. You could be separating in your mind from everything. And I'm not saying that's not possible to do entirely in our minds. But it wouldn't be wrong for somebody to disconnect from everything and go start over someplace and try to focus on Tiendo. I mean, to use that as an excuse, going, to leave everything behind because you don't like that person you're with, or you don't like having to take care of the kids, that would be a negative, I believe. I mean, so things can be done for the right reasons and for the wrong reasons. And it would be up to the individual to be talking with Tiendo, in their heads, or just Do directly. Use the words Tiendo is fine. That's the best way probably to phrase it, so that it's got the clearest address to the spacecrafts. That's for our sake, actually. That, but also, Doe can. All the terminology is good. All the names will be abused. So as people die with those abuses in their heads, then that terminology gets more and more diluted from what it originally meant. And we see that with the Heaven's Gate name. I've talked about it before, and I just saw some recent usages of it as it's like it's a technique, it's a design of a hacker tool that can be even used for viruses. That's part of what hackers do, I guess. They create what's like a virus that enables them to, crawl around through other people's systems. And but not necessarily to destroy anything. If they just want to find out something, like Snowden did, right? Isn't that what he did? Which he's got a pretty good case, doesn't he, for saying that he wants to go to trial because he didn't take an oath to support everything that happened within the country. He took an oath to abide by the Constitution, and freedom of speech is part of the Constitution. I heard him say that on an interview. I think it was on NPR. Okay, so Daniel the prophet. I said I was going to talk about Daniel sometime. I don't think no, it's 2 hours and 17 minutes already. I don't want to go into Daniel now. Then it says, then let them who be in Judea flee into the mountains. Now, that's potentially Judea in Middle East. But it also refers to the geography where the next level returns to. That becomes the new Judea. The new Jerusalem goes to that place as well, and that's the United States. New Jerusalem, I believe, was most depicted as in the city form as Los Angeles. I suspect. I don't know. This wasn't, Tiendo didn't say about that I heard or read. That's where they held their first meetings and attracted their first body of students. So that's a pretty, North Hollywood. It was even in Hollywood, which is where the image is. The image of the beast. I think Daniel talked about that. The image of the beast would be. It's the giant eye in the sky. I'm looking at the chat room. I should go back there for a second here. The Freemasons, right, in addition to the Rothschilds and all the rest, the Illuminati. And Illuminati means, this, did I already talk about this? The individual that put up this really good, I think, a YouTube post. Oh yeah, David Icke. Did I talk about this last time? I don't remember. Well, let me go back to this for a second. So I like to, put the things that I've become aware of since the last meeting in here, in case you would find it all interesting. Because it does inform us with the way other people are thinking and even picking up on next level things. Like, you remember how, I don't know if you remember, because some of you might not have been on the live stream when I would say something like, I don't have to do this task. The next level could raise up, like Jesus. I'm not equating myself with Jesus by saying this at all. But it's the same idea that Jesus gave us, that if there weren't people to attend to the harvest, then he would raise up, the next level would raise up the rocks to cry out. He would make the rocks cry out with the truth. And so the rocks, meaning the dust of the earth, that rocks eventually become, I guess, when they get worn down. And the dust of the earth is where the human kingdom comes from. And so that seems to be referring to the individuals that weren't given the chip of recognition of the next level, or being tagged by the next level for that vehicle to be used further by a next level returning soul, older member or younger member or a student member. Yeah, so in this document, he was saying, it was David Icke was giving a talk, and was calling it Sabbatianism and the hidden hand of 9/11. And it was done by a group called the London Reel, and there's the YouTube channel for it. Oh, I didn't change my screen so that you can see that. Let me do that. So my comment to this was that I don't believe in everything Icke talks about, but here is my comment to this clip. I don't doubt what David is saying here, but believe there is a greater overview, and it seems he may not be aware of or believe. Here is why I say this. It's simple and hard to fathom, but according to Tian-Do, the planet and its life forms were created scientifically to be a school, an astronaut training program that included free will. Hence, supplied to the school. Dropouts from a previous civilization on Earth, a similar program, who went against the older member, teachers, from the evolutionary kingdom level above human, professors, teachings, even reversing the teachings while still making those teachers figureheads, while talking about reaping the same rewards as if everyone graduates from the program. This would explain why, for an investigator of the religions and spirituality, one can easily find the teachings of outgrowing human behaviors in ways that the practitioners follow less and less over time. Now, that's not very clear because, for one reason, the part of reversing it had to do with this person that was called Sabbatian, lived during the 1700s, I believe he said, and was considered to be a messiah for the Jews. He was a Jewish man. And he drew a sizable following. And what he taught was the opposites of what was being taught in the Judaism religion and Judaism, and also the opposite of what Jesus was teaching. And so he was in favor of human sacrifices, killing, and because you weren't to be killed in the Jewish religion, supposedly, even though they were killing people. one of the ways in which they were breaking away from the next level's teachings. And so everything was being reversed in that regard. And they developed a following that became the Illuminati, and related to the strain of individuals that were from well, see, I didn't have anything to print out here, so I'm not really tuning into. I didn't make that many notes, or did I? Excuse me. And this is the other thing I wanted to talk about today, if possible. Yeah, I want to get to another story, but before I close it, yeah. So if you go to that link, you'll know what I'm talking about more in terms of the way that he reversed the teachings and became the Illuminati and the SS. I guess I don't know if he took it to that degree, but when he said that about how it was the opposites, I thought, wow, that would explain why the Catholics end up doing the opposite of what Jesus taught. Like Jesus said, call no man your father, no, your heavenly Father. And yet the priests of the Catholic religion say it's Father John and Father Bill and Father Samantha. I don't know if there's a Father Samantha. I don't think they allow. Well, the Episcopalians do, though. So I don't know if they use the word Father, but I mean, because the word was Abba in the no, it was Pater in the Greek, and it was Abba in the Hebrew Aramaic. I'm not sure which it was, whether it was Aramaic or Hebrew, but I don't know much about the differences of those. So I don't need to go through that anymore. But so I'll go to the chat room for a second here. But let me first scroll down so you can see the completion of this article. What I said about it. Well, I was giving examples of the reversals. Like, for instance, the Buddhists, for example, the first Buddha, enlightened one, known as Gautama Buddha, or Gautama Buddha, I'm not sure how to pronounce that correctly, taught that he left his life in the world behind to include his sexuality, etc., to try to raise his vibrations. And then when he left that fasting period, he taught the middle way. In other words, that's what he returned to his community, and he was teaching not to feel like they had to do what he did. Anyway, so that has a type of parallel with Moses' teachings. Now, the belief system is followed by millions, and they've taken away any requirements of outgrowing their humanness, which I didn't. Their worldliness, or their like coveting their neighbor's goods and coveting their neighbor's wife, and or examples of how people are in competition a lot of times to have a better, more attractive husband or wife, or partner, and somebody that has more possessions, more money. That is a big part of many people's decisions on who they marry, who they commit to. So, which a lot of those people are also Christians. Like if somebody doesn't have a good job, even though the person is a Christian that is considering marrying them, they may think they're not going to be a good provider, and so they don't want to marry them. But that shouldn't be the criteria. If they were really truly Christians, the criteria would be how much they wanted to follow the ways of Jesus. That's if they were a real Christian. And then, that might mean to them not killing. Okay? That might be the only thing that it means to them that they agree with. But that would be something. That would be something in favor of what Jesus was teaching. Okay? In order to grow their spirit and potentially then grow a soul that could believe in everything that he taught and then be prepared when he came back in a future classroom to recognize those same characteristics being taught again through the new incarnations of the older members from the next level. And they replaced the teachings of Jesus with rituals and methods. Both of them. The Buddhists did that, and the Christians did it, and the Jews do it. And the Islamic individuals do it too. They have their rituals and methods, and methods of prayer. And some of them, beat themselves on the backs. Some of them go to the Hajj and, walk around that circle of that area in a prayer, in a prayerful way. It happens every year. That's a ritual. And the Christians do it with all their ritualistic, Christmas and Easter but what I was getting at when I started to go into that part of it was that they dressed themselves in garments that looked like the king's clothing. They had these crowns and everything, and Jesus said that you don't want to show your devotion to the next level to other people. You don't want, when you're giving, for instance, when you're giving in charity, you don't want your left hand to know what your right hand is doing. In other words, you don't have a preconceived idea of how much you're going to give and who you're going to give to, and whether somebody's going to see you do that or not. There's another form of that. Like what they do with the tithing. With the tithing, they're actually ahead of time. They're saying, and even Rael, it was like another Catholic organization but he's got space alien gods. You can tithe your will to them. Now, I don't know if Christians are doing that, having anybody tithe their will. He's taking it another step further. They're buying their way into what they think is salvation. And whatever they think of that. Whether that, Rael thinks, I don't know if you know about the Raelians, but I talked about them quite a bit in my book. You can search my blog for Raelnes, I think. Raelian, I don't know. If you type in those first letters, you'll come up with a Wikipedia thing on him and how he talks about himself as the Maitreya. And he wrote a book, and I remember telling him, I went to their web pages a few times and tried to converse with people, but I must admit I was going at it. It was a positive because I wanted to expose them to Tian-Do, because they're so close in some ways, by believing that space aliens exist and that they had something to do with not creating, but uh, uh, stimulating the growth of the human kingdom, which they did genetically by being allowed to do that by the next level. But they don't. But they're missing that the next level is overseeing all this, and it's a testing ground for individuals to see through the charades of that. And so one of the things that I was offering that was what I believed was misinformation and a charade way of thinking was where Rael depicted himself as that when he was abducted by the space alien group, he was taken to some place, and there were two individuals there. One was named Lucifer, and the other one's name was Satan. And that they had a computer system where he was that could take a little bit of his DNA and clone his physical vehicle with a younger version. And that it would be a clone of his mind as well. And that might have been wrong, because I don't think you can clone the mind, except by having another mind that's almost exactly the same. Well, I shouldn't say that you can't clone the mind. I don't know, but I have a feeling that only the next level could do something like that. But I just don't know the answer to that question that I have. But I mean, we can't say what can't happen. I know that as a fact. So I shouldn't say that you can clone the mind. Well, no, I shouldn't say that we can't clone the mind. But how it actually would come to pass is probably beyond my capacity to understand, if there is a reality to that. But so then Rael ended up saying that the space aliens said that they started the human kingdom, implying that it was Adam and Eve, when you can see in Revelation chapter 6, the sons of God fall and start mating with the daughters of men. It doesn't say mating. They came unto the daughters of men, and they produced giants. And so they were definitely propagating. And giants were also considered to be mighty. It didn't necessarily mean that they were tall. They could have been, and maybe they were. But because it even indicates that they were actually eating humans, so they were like cannibals. Now, so they had become evil in the eyes of the next level, and that's why the next level chose to do a minor recycling at that point. It wasn't a major recycling, because the major recycling wasn't ready to happen yet. I'm not saying how minor it was, whether it could have been the whole globe or not, covered with water. I don't know. It's another thing that we can't say is impossible to be true, but it didn't have to be to accomplish that part of the task. I don't know if it had to be. I should say it didn't have to be. I should say I don't know if it had to be. So okay, so they said that when Rael was asking them questions, they said that they didn't create the planets. What a big shocking clue, smoking gun, that shows them that they are space aliens at best. And at worst, discarnates or a figment of somebody's imagination. Okay? I'm not going to disqualify any of those potentials. But I doubt it's just the imagination without spirits being involved or the Luciferian space alien fallen angels being involved. With their vehicles, even. The vehicles that they use on physical spacecrafts. Because they're saying that they're the Elohim. That's one of the things that Rael teaches, is that his people are the Elohim, which is in Genesis chapter 1 and 2, and other chapters in Genesis. Whenever the word God is used in those early chapters, it's usually the word Elohim, but maybe not all the time. I didn't check all the occurrences, which was a plural word for the people that were in control of everything on the planet. The judges, the magistrates, the rulers of the human kingdom and the planet. And so if they weren't those individuals, then how could they be the Elohim if they didn't create the planets? Because it says in Genesis that the planets were created. It doesn't mean that they didn't use an evolutionary process to create those planets. No, they could have lots of big bangs. Who knows what they're able to do? Humans can send up a rocket into space, and it could be going towards Jupiter for the purpose of going around Jupiter to get more speed up so that it can go out towards Pluto. So you think the next level that formed all these solar systems, you think they were not formed maybe in a similar way, potentially? That included big bangs along the way? Of course it's possible. Of course it's even likely. It's even 100% likely. Most likely. And so that basically, to me, that would show evidence to everybody that they were liars. Rael was buying a lie. No, they weren't liars. They were saying the truth. But Rael he hadn't raised his consciousness enough to have that kind of common sense at that time. Now, I don't know if later on he ended up recognizing that and maybe even took it out of his book, for all I know, or had another way of thinking about it. I'm not saying that he couldn't have, woke up more, but if he stayed as the leader of that group with that big of he could have said that he misunderstood them. What they really meant is that they don't create all the planets in the universe. I'm just imagining something, that somebody could come up with. But they did create the Earth. You would have to say that in order to correct that, and then he might be lying entirely, directly. Where before that, he might have been just believing them. Let me go through the rest of this document. I'm not going to go through it, read it now. Well, I guess I should since I started it. So I'm going to read from the same thing happened with Judaism, talking about the reversal, to where some of the records were misconstrued as meaning something else or not meaning what they were intended to mean. Tiendo said that the Moses materials were tampered with. So after Moses left, all sorts of teachings we had provided were changed, and all kinds of new exceptions arose in the judgment of other humans in their communities. They started new methods surrounding the so-called festivals, given to help them become civilized and to learn to follow instructions. So instead of it being a qualification in school to not kill another human, even accidentally, for instance, it soon became the norm, hence capital punishment, eye for an eye, and wars, and police shootings, and considering innocents collateral damage, etc., going against the instruction of you should not kill one another. It was twisted further to mean you should not murder, implying if it wasn't premeditated, it was not breaking that procedure. And of course, the leaders thought that didn't apply to their state, which was the opposite of the law for the schools, first trimester experiential classroom. Even Moses, I'm saying state meaning the government, which was the opposite of the law for the school's first trimester experiential classroom. Even Moses couldn't stop some from wanting to kill others. So he compromised and said, okay, but don't fight until I raise my arms and staff in the air. When they didn't follow what he lost, when he didn't follow that, they lost the battle. This is like in a war. So they started following his lead and then won. That's the way the story was written, allegedly by Moses. I know this sounds primitive, and it is, or should be to us, because those were like toddlers in school, according to Tiendo, while we have the chance to be graduates, as Jesus brought the updates to not fight at all. I know this is really hard to follow because it means trusting that the next level exists and cares about some who seek to be students. Here is a little more explanation on how I understood it works. The product of the graduation is not a human flesh vehicle. It's a plasma-like physical soul container that can be born into the next level, evolutionary level, or saved for a future opportunity to graduate into. That makes our flesh bodies ultra important to keep alive, as otherwise we can't take advantage of the current lesson step, though those who die prematurely aren't necessarily lost either. To learn these kinds of lessons steps, I'm sorry, I'm not putting the proper diction on that. That makes our flesh bodies ultra important to keep alive, as otherwise we can't take advantage of the current lesson step, though those who die prematurely aren't necessarily lost either. To learn these kinds of lesson steps so that they become a natural inclination. I know I could be a much better writer. Sorry about that. By the way, one needs to be keen and seeking of help from the next level to not be in a circumstance where they would have to be tested to turn the other cheek. And it didn't mean one couldn't flee such a circumstance. It just meant that one would try to raise their consciousness to not try to fight fire with fire. But this doesn't talk about self-defense or defense of others, though when that becomes a human nation, it gets all mixed up with random killing of others in case they might attack us, as governments often claim. And what I mean by that is that in terms of self-defense, that let's say I was a hunter, and let's say I had a rifle in my house. And let's say there was an intruder, and that intruder was trying to take advantage of my daughter. Now, if I was a hunter, I knew how to use that weapon, I could try to stop them. I wouldn't have to necessarily use the weapon. First, I would try to stop them without the weapon, but if I felt like I didn't have the capacity, let's say I was a small human, and I didn't think I had the capacity to know how to fight, so then I would think maybe I should use the weapon to try to stop them from harming my daughter, then maybe what I would do would be try to shoot him in the leg, okay? I'm not saying Tiendo would teach this, I'm not saying Jesus would say this, but I imagine that would be, there was no instruction that said, thou shalt not injure someone with a weapon. But to create weapons with the intention of those weapons being used against humans, Tiendo said, was not from the next level's way of doing things. But Jesus did say that his disciples should have a sword with them when they went traveling around teaching again. He sent them out twice. And he sent, and Tiendo sent out their students twice, 75 and 1994. Another, because duplication of Jesus's activity is also indications of the way he did things. There's also indications if Tiendo do those things in the same way, that's more evidence that they were the return of the same individuals. Because the Father was aware of what was happening there at the same time, but Jesus was alone in that incarnation. Although John the Baptist seems to be of someone who was a student. And the other students also were students, and so they also supported him. Part of the program. When he said, to be my disciple, you have to deny yourself, take up your cross, and follow me. And follow me meant literal. Leave everything behind and follow me. Some weren't probably willing to leave everything behind to follow him. So they became students in a different way. But there were like 70 that were sent out at one point that may have been all following him, but that doesn't mean they were in the same camp. The way that Tiendo did it, they had 24 individuals in their camp. No. Yeah, they had 24 individuals in their camp. Or we'd go back and forth from their camp to the other camps originally. I don't know if they had 24 actually camping, but maybe they did. Yeah, they probably did, because that's what Stewart said. And he was in that camp early on. So, now I don't know if Jesus had 24, he had 12, but maybe that grew to be 24 by the next trimester. Maybe that's part of the way that the growth takes place in the classroom, in the 3-trimester classroom. Because Jesus was the second trimester, Moses was the first trimester, according to Tiendo, and he said that about Jesus as well. And the 2 witnesses were the 3rd trimester, starting of it. And the finishing of it was Doe by himself, with the students going public. He actually didn't go public again. So basically, he satisfied the prophecy of delivering prophecy for 1,260 days, 3.5 years. They put it in day form because it was relative to the actual days. And that time period was 1973 to the middle of 1976. It was the start of 1973 to the middle of 1976. And I mean, you can play with the dates, but Tiendo made a point to talk about 1973 is when they started. And even though they actually started communicating to people some of what they were believing in 1972. It was 73 when they woke up the most. And it was 76 when they said that the harvest was over. And they said that the students could, that were in the groups holding meetings around the country, could finish the meetings they started. And so we ended up gathering. It was approximately a couple of weeks before we were called over to be in Wyoming, while we were camped in different parts of the country, that a word was given to us from Tiando to start what was called tomb time, TOMB as in boy, which meant that we spent more time by ourselves as opposed to being with our partners or with other members of the groups that we were in. And we and to prepare ourselves for what was next and to determine whether we were ready for what was next. We wanted to do what was next. And that we wanted to give our all to this process. So that was mid-June, and so that would be exactly like 3.5 years, and 1,260 days. So when we got in July, it was like July 4th, I remember. That was when I think I got there. I don't know if everybody got there that same day. I think there was some that came after that. But I remembered it because it was I knew it was the anniversary of the United States formation, the centennial. I don't think that's an accident. 200 years, just like 2,000 years, the denomination of that. Okay, I'm about tuckered out here. I didn't finish this document. And I'm going to go on to read it more. The same becoming the opposite happened after Jesus left, which allowed the lower forces to do what created Christianity, of which Paul of Tarsus was used most at the first to propagate. Perhaps like Sabbatai Zeddai was the name of that guy that was that Messiah, Jewish Messiah in the 1700s. Perhaps like Sabbatai Zeddai became in the 17th century saying he was the Messiah. Paul taught that believers in Jesus were saved by their belief alone, and who didn't have to work like crazy to change their behaviors and ways according to Jesus' upgraded requirements to pass the course to become a crew member on his spacecraft. Of course, he didn't say those kind of words. But I'm just equating it to the current terminology. Not space alien spacecraft, by the way. Always need to put that in there, in my opinion, because we don't want to confuse people. I know it's going to be confusing, yes, I understand that it is, but they're not going to get past that confusion if we don't, bring up the distinction. And even bringing it up in just by saying it is a form of bringing it up, because it makes people have a question in their minds. What does he mean by spacecraft but not space aliens? Who is he talking about? So that they might seek out that answer. Anyway, so I'm going to continue to read. They were to be saved by grace, according to Paul, forgiven and empowered, which is true, but must be accompanied by trying to eliminate all our human behaviors and ways, at the least knowing the formula for graduation. It's real important to know the formula for graduation is separating from the human kingdom, and that includes behaviors and ways, and also our genetic strain that we're connected to, and the government. We can't, be wanting to work for the government and also think that we're working full time for T&O. I mean, well, I shouldn't say it that way, because I don't know what can't is. Nobody's condemned So it's because you never know when somebody's going to wake up, but as soon as they wake up to that there are more evolved ways of thinking and more decent things to do and more moral things to do, more ethical things to do. Ethical in terms of next level ethics, not human ethics. But then the more responsible they become to taking steps in those directions so that they're not repeating that loyalty to that, not influencing other people to maintain that loyalty. Now, we can influence other people to maintain that loyalty just by staying in the job. And when there's, I don't know how to apply this entirely. I know a lot of you probably work in jobs of corporations, and those corporations, some of them are probably not doing very nice things. But does that mean that I need to quit that corporation? Well, I don't know how to answer that. I would ask the next level to help me find something. If this is something that I need to overcome being a part of, then help me find something else so that I can provide sticks for my family and for myself, so that I can eat and uh, have life, so that I can continue to learn about the ways of the next level. I don't find any fault with that. I'm not trying to imply that. So, but if we're progressing, I think we do have to pose that. I think that question does have to come to our minds, and we may put it off, and we may it may not be a big deal at all, to stay with a group of people that are doing things that are terrible. Because in a sense, even paying our taxes, you could say, is supporting an evil government that has become evil. So there. I don't know that T and O would have. In fact, I think T and O would have us pay our taxes so that we're not interfered with. So in a sense, I certainly would be somebody that broke those rules if it did mean that I couldn't support anything that was doing anything terrible. I'm certainly guilty of it because I took. I had all kinds of debt through credit card companies that I learned to work with, because my partner, when she left me uh, with a lot of credit in my name, and so I was able to borrow a lot of money in order to not have to work to be able to have the time to write the book I wrote. And also, I didn't have anything going for me really in the area where we lived to make money, to make sticks, because there were no programming jobs, especially with the archaic skill set that I had, and I had no money to go to school with. So, I mean, I'm justifying it all, but I don't feel like that was wrong. And the next level will help pay that all off. Well, I don't know if the next level made that happen, but I ended up getting an inheritance from my partner, my mother's boyfriend, and some from my mother as well after that. That made it able to be paid back $50,000 worth of debt and still have something to live on, which is what I'm doing now. As the beast comes and tries to take my money away from Social Security. I don't know if you all know this, but you can get Medicaid when you retire at 62, I don't know if that's changed, but when you become 65, you have to pay for your Medicare out of your Social Security check. I don't know what happens if you don't have any Social Security checks. Maybe then, they have a program that if you make under a certain, if you have a certain amount, your income is a certain amount and your savings is a certain amount, and they add up your cars and everything, that you qualify for receiving free Medicaid. But when I received the inheritance, I no longer could do that because now I had too much money in my savings account or my checking account, whatever it was. And I had to report that to them. And so they told me that I had too much. So that means that they're going to take $200 and something, $223 or so out of my Social Security check. That's about $900. That's a huge amount of money to pay for medical care that I don't use and I don't want to use. I'd rather pay for, if I do need catastrophic health care, then I'll pay for it. And if I'm that sick that they having to keep me alive with tubes and stuff and devices, I want to pull those tubes. I don't want to be living in that environment because before I get to that condition, my vehicle gets to that condition. I think the next level would give me the strength to lay down my life. Or do it through like a euthanasia program. Maybe have it legal by then. The vehicle can want to live forever. Of course, even in any condition. We can get addicted to whatever little tiny pleasures we have in life, and that can be enough. But once a vehicle gets to where Tiendo said, once a vehicle becomes in a condition to where it can no longer learn lessons, then it's of no value to the next level anymore. It needs to be recycled. But that doesn't mean that somebody else would make that determination for somebody else. Humans don't have that capacity because humans don't know when the next level might say to that individual in that coma, okay, wake up now. We're going to let you learn some more lessons. I'm just going to scroll through the rest of this. All right, so let's see, what am I going to go back to? I guess I'll go to the chat room, but I was going to go back to that verse in Matthew. Okay. There it is. So I'll go to the chat room meanwhile. So Cub Doggy says, if he's still here, do the space aliens target any other planets other than Earth? Basically, did Tiendo mention other gardens for souls in the universe? Well, the space aliens that humans are aware of and that T&O were aware of, uh, none of them can actually travel into space to affect anybody else. Unless they can go into the near space around the Earth. That's as far as they can go. And I don't know what that near space, how close that near space is, but I doubt it's much further than the moon. Anyway, but I don't know that for a fact. But they also said that they drew individuals from other planets that needed to go through the same lesson steps that the Luciferian space alien dropouts could provide the fertilizer for, the stimulus to learn those lessons. And they were brought to this planet. They didn't say how, but in another time they talked about that there were freeways in the heavens that I suspect meant like black holes or wormholes. And so, I believe there would be like one way wormholes. In other words, so they can't get to them to go back to where they came from. And they also said that there were other gardens where they didn't have a Luciferian presence, so there was no evil like this. And they could come and go on those gardens. And the human equivalents that were growing on those gardens, or humanoid equivalents, would see them, could be allowed to see them and coming and going. And I don't know what they could do with them, but they could be learning things in those circumstances. And it might have been the previous way that the gardens were grown, and so that individuals get to a certain point in it to where then they're taken to a planet like Earth. That might become a regular occurrence for a while. Who knows how that might work? But there can potentially be all the grades in school going on at the same time in different planets. They didn't try to come up with numbers or anything, of how far away these planets, or how many people, could be on a planet. Whenever someone says that the population is out of control, I'm not saying it's not, but to where it's causing the planet to be, it's problematic for the planet, so we need to reduce the population, I think is not correct. They don't know if the planet is, how many people can live on the planet. And DJ Taconic says, the second interstellar object has entered our solar system. It looks a lot more like a UFO. You know what? I haven't seen it. I've got to go find that. I heard about it. I saw it. It's like, all I see is a bright light, but it's like got a little rectangular shape to it, right? If I remember correctly. But I've got to pay more attention. I've got to get some pictures of that. Because, I don't think that's insignificant that a second one has come in. It's a giant, it looks like a space donut. It's a giant eye in the sky. Yeah, I know, it's right. It does look like a big eye, doesn't it? If you came into this late, I'll show you what I'm talking about, that DJ Taconic is talking about. Looks like an eye in the sky that was sighted next to the sun in July of 2019. And then Jet Boss says, 737 says, "What end of the age are you talking about?" Jesus references his return in one generation. The end of that age was in 70 AD with the destruction of the temple. No, because the gospel had not been preached all over the planet by that time. And he said that would be one of the signs of that would have to happen before the end. That's where the 70 AD people are wrong. That was the first destruction of the Jewish temple. Okay, fine. So that was the end of that lesson step, if you want to look at it that way. The completion of that prophecy of one stone being toppled down upon the other. All the stones being brought down. And there certainly were wars and lots of wars that followed that were in that time period. And there's going to be lots of wars that are going to follow now. That's what it says in Revelation 6:8. One of the ways that death was going to be taking place was through the sword, military, weaponry, using weapons against people. Tiendo taught that the weeds would take out the weeds. They would be assisting the next level in the pulling up of the weeds. And if any I believe that what Doe said was that the people that died because of that, even though they might not be weeds, because a weed is somebody that's actually preying on other humans. And everybody that dies in the wars isn't a predator. But they would be accelerated to their heaven. In other words, heaven meaning their elevated area above the earth, where their spirit or soul can be stored for future opportunity. But World War I and II was certainly a time period where there were lots of wars with lots of countries involved in the Middle East. And the Muslims against the Christians and the Christians against the Jews, and the Jews against the Christians, or against the Muslims. All directions. So Jeff says in the chat room, what did Tiendo believe the age of the earth to be? Billions or less? They never said that. All they said was that they knew there was one previous civilization, and they felt like there were a number, even many civilizations before this. So it could be billions. And JetBoss 737 says, what? Paul conspired with the Jewish high priests? ? What? Come on, Sawyer, where is your proof for that? I would love to hear and see it. There is a book that was written about it, and it's talked about in Stamodi's document. I think it's the document that was the rights, evolutionary rights, something like that. Rights is RIGHTS. Talks about it. Talks about Paul as potentially conspiring with the Jewish high priests. I didn't know about that. I didn't have that idea before. I read that in Stamodi's document on the Heaven's Gate website and in the Heaven's Gate book. That I can provide that to you if you want it. So just give me an email address to send that to. My email is SawyerHG@yahoo.com. So JetBall says, that is so much BS, it doesn't even deserve a comment. Well, that's up to you to choose to see that way. But I don't know why it doesn't deserve to be examined. I mean, after all, Paul said that he was met on the road to Damascus, where he was basically conspiring to find Christians and arrest them and have them killed, even as Stephen was killed at his feet, and Stephen's clothing was laid at his feet. And then, so on the road to Damascus, he said he heard voices and he was blinded, and that the other people with him were also affected but didn't hear the voices, and that the voice told him that it was Jesus, and that he was to go to the Gentiles to preach, and that he was to go to visit with the high priest or one of the priests in Jerusalem or wherever it was. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe it was Damascus. I don't remember now. And await further instructions. And now, what's the basis of believing that that was Jesus? Didn't Jesus say to his disciples, which I just read, that if anybody comes after I leave and comes and says that it's coming in the name of Jesus, not to believe them, saying that they're Jesus the Christ? And that's what this person was doing, this individual was doing, or this idea was doing, if that was an idea that they had. Paul probably didn't know about that saying of Jesus, because he didn't know much about what Jesus said unless Peter told him, or one of the other disciples who had hesitancy to talk to him and deal with him, because he was even going out on his own. And that's why they sent another disciple with him to go back to one of his groups that he was talking to, because he was saying things that weren't true about what Jesus taught. And so they wanted someone to be with him that had experienced Jesus firsthand. It's a big case that Paul wasn't all that he seemed to be. Now, he might have been blinded by a space alien, a Luciferian space alien, Lucifer himself. And he might have been spoken to in his head by that individual. And so to him, it was really happening. So I'm not saying that he didn't believe that he was working for Jesus. But that didn't mean that everything he said was accurate. And many things he said were not accurate, were not right. Not right at all. Like when he said that he was saying that you should believe in me, you should listen to what I say. That wasn't right. Why should people listen to what he says? He wasn't sitting with Jesus listening to him talking. Now, if he said that, it's like somebody now that says that that people should cut their hair to follow Tiendo because they had short hair. But Tiendo didn't teach that we had to have a haircut now. They said that lesson period was over. That was represented by all the things that they did and the way they looked. They said that in Heaven's Gate book. So, but like, let's say somebody that never sat with Tiendo said that now. The way that Paul said that about men that Jesus didn't seem to say anything about. Are we going to believe what that person says? What was coming from Tiendo's mind? Just because they said that dough came to them in a dream and told them that? And we have had people that said that dough came to them in a dream and told them, one person told them that they should go to Carlin and tell him that he's not saying the right things to Sawyer. Maybe Carlin remembers that I told that person off. I said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not acting on Doe's behalf. You don't have the right to say what Carlin should say to me. I defended Carlin in that regard, Carlodi, against that person who said he was speaking on behalf of Doe. Same thing happens, you know. It repeats itself because the Luciferians want to turn the eyes of everybody away from seeing the reality of what Jesus was teaching in every form. That's why Christians right now aren't doing anything that Jesus taught. Well, I'm not saying that some aren't doing the best they can, but they're not necessarily in the mainstream traditional religions that have developed. They're the most off the track. Like Tiendo taught that the religions are all killers of souls because they believe that they can find eternal life in the scriptures, which they can, but it's only when they put into motion the behaviors and ways taught in those scriptures that they will be ready to see those behaviors and ways taught upon the return of Jesus to finish the job. Because he comes back talking the same language in terms of behaviors and ways. And thinking is part of that too. I mean, it's a huge part of it. I shouldn't make it sound like it was secondary. So I can go on. And there's a lot of evidence that Paul was off track. Now, Doe did feel like Paul was correct in saying in Corinthians chapter 7 that that it was better to be like me, is what he said, being celibate, than to be promiscuous. So he was encouraging people to stay married if they were married. So that part of it, now, Doe, I don't know who would have said that. But the point of being married to one person instead of being promiscuous. He preferred that you be celibate, but if you have to be promiscuous, then just be with one person. So that was, I think that was kind of from Tiendo's mind. So I'm not saying Paul didn't also draw help from Jesus and the Father while he was going around talking about them, because they would have had an interest in him bringing the truth that Jesus and the Father were from the kingdom of God to people, because people wouldn't have that information otherwise, necessarily, especially in the days where they didn't have printing presses. So I'm not saying that he was taken over by a Luciferian, but he was entirely, because the next level would have kept a balance there the way they do with all of us. If the next level doesn't keep a balance of the lower forces against us, then we don't stand a chance. That's why Jesus said that the Christians almost don't stand a chance. Almost don't stand a chance. That means they do stand a chance. And one chance in the next level is a big chance. I didn't get down to that verse. I'm going to skip over to that verse, signs in the sun and the moon, to finish this up. let them in Judea flee into the mountains. Uh, um, well, I already went through the part that Jet Boss just contested, where that determined that he was talking about the end time, which I'll go back to that. Shall the end come? I already went through that. I don't know if you were here when I went through the actual meaning of that word end. And they're talking about the finish. We know that Jesus wasn't finished when he died. And we know that a lot of things had to happen before it would be finished. He said he had to prepare a place for them. Let me think of some other things that he said he had to do. He said that he wouldn't return to Jerusalem because he said, "Oh Jerusalem, you stoned the prophets. Well, your house would be left desolate. Your house, meaning your body of your geography of believers was going to be left wanting, desolate, without the next level." But so that he's talking about that relative to returning, because he's saying everyone we send to you was stoned, so I'm not coming back to you next time. He said he was coming back as the Son of Man. That's offspring of human. He said he would have a new name. That's Revelation 3:12. And that he would tell us his name, and he would tell us the name of his Father. John 14, he says that him and his Father would both come back. We would make our abode with you. Abode is the same word as residence. It's the way abode is used in another word many times as just like being with somebody, but in this context was residence. So that and you'd be able to ask your Father the questions yourself, because your Father also loves you in John 14, I think it is. And that's because the Father was going to be with him. The Father is T, and the woman in Revelation 12, according to Doe, and in a female vehicle. And she's the one that gives birth to the throne, to Doe, to Jesus, to her son, the male child in Revelation 12. All those things were in Revelation 12. And she's represented by the sun. That object that shows that T on top of the sun, that was in 2013, that's T. It's almost like that was the head, and the body was the sun. She's clothed with the sun. Her body is clothed with the sun. She even was depicting that, as the Revelation 12 prophecy says, in that 2013 event that Soho Satellite took pictures of. And the evidence is so overwhelming. For everyone's own benefit, open your minds. I hope you all open your minds. Anybody listening to this afterwards that thinks this is a bunch of BS really needs to do some soul searching. And I suggest you go do what Jesus suggested and go into your private closet and with all your might plead to the Father in heaven, the Heavenly Father in heaven, the highest source of truth that you can reach in the distant heavens, so that the Luciferians and the space aliens can't try to intercept it, and the discarnates can't try to intercept it. And ask the question if what Sawyer is saying about the truth is the truth. And see what comes back to you. I don't know. Maybe it'll. I don't know. Maybe it'll. I don't know what it'll take to get that information, but I'm not saying you should ask that question with my name in it. I don't care about that. But ask if they were the return of Jesus and the Father. That'd be a good, valid question. And then watch what happens. Observe your life at that point and see what kind of thoughts come to your mind and see what you see in the world and start to read scripture again and you know, examine, if you want to examine everything I've written and done videos on this channel and in my blog, in my book. Because I tried to provide all the evidence I could find in the time period that I was writing the book, the 15 years that I took to write it. I've got a kink in my back. But I still didn't get down to that verse that I wanted to get to. So the gospel is preached and then the end shall be. Okay? So definitely 70 AD, the gospel wasn't preached everywhere, all over the world, I don't think by then. How could it be? You would have to have a printing press. You would have to have radios, TV, internet. There's probably still people that don't know what Jesus talked about. But it didn't say that everybody had to hear it. It said that every eye will see and every knee shall bow. I understand that. Well, every knee shall bow. I forgot where that was. I don't know if that was something that Paul said. But in a sense, it's true anyway, because whether we know it or not, we're going to have to accept that the planet's going to be recycled. And so whether we attribute that to the kingdom of God or to humans, it's going to be our choice. But we were going to be bowing down to that reality. But in terms of everybody seeing, everybody has the option to see, but it says see as understand is part of it. And to understand means when Jesus came back, he said he was going to talk plainly of the kingdom, no more parables. And there's not any more plain than the way T and Do were talking, not even using religious terminology a lot of the times because of how the religious terminology ended up becoming distorted ways of, and diluted. Diluted more than, well, distorted and diluted, both. And it talks about right here as a witness to all nations. All nations then are going to be preached to. I guess I said that already. But you can even apply that to the two witnesses. T and Do, both Christ, according to Zechariah, olive trees, candlesticks, candle holders. Those are all anointed. That's what the angel said to Zechariah, that these two are the anointed ones. The word Christ actually is translated to, Christos is translated to mean anointed. In other words, a task. It's a task to do, assigned by the Father, Jehovah, Elohim, older members of the next level. I already read this here, talking about the abomination and desolation. Daniel also talked about the two. And I'm not going to go through that again. I went through that already during this live stream. I went through that. Then let them who is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. This, I think, is still potentially to come. Because the downfall of the beast being put into the bottomless pit, not the bottomless pit, into the lake of fire in Revelation, it's depicted in Revelation 17 and Revelation the end of 19. We're talking about time periods. So it's even though there's an indication that something big, really big happens during one particular hour, literal hour, because they say during the year, the month, the year, the month, the day, the hour. In Revelation 9 talks about it. I don't remember exactly what the wording was, but I wondered if that was like a way of saying this is going to be an exact time. It's not going to be a period of time like the 1260 days, or like 3.5 years, or like 3.5 time periods, which is another form of time period, which was used in Revelation 12 and also in Revelation 11 to mean periods of time. That was a time, times, and a half a time. So like a day, times being like twice that amount, and then half a time being half that amount of a time. So, that can be worked out to be different things, different combinations of time periods. Neither let him return back to take his clothes. So it's going to be something that happens to where, it might be a huge storm. It might be volcanic, eruption to where, you just maybe have just enough time to get in your car and drive away. And those times being with a child is going to be significantly difficult. Understood. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. So if you're nursing a child or you're pregnant, it's going to be more difficult. This hasn't happened. And also the Old Testament prophets talked about how the end would be the worst earthquake that was ever seen. And also that there would be a tribulation that has not been seen on the world before. We've seen a tribulation of after Jesus left, what happened to the Christians and what happened to the Jews, and then and the wars that developed because of that. Religions were very much involved in World War I and II in indirect ways. The religious leaders kind of hated each other. And the Luciferians wanted that to happen because they wanted to develop the technology to be able to try to escape the planet. And they liked them being at war also because it discredited them all. For Christians to be going out and killing people, for Jews to be killing people, for Islam, Muslims to be killing people, was all going against what they said was the foundation of their faiths. That's the one thing. And there's a whole list of things that's very long. Look at the divorces among Christians. Jesus said that that adultery was even lusting on somebody else when you were committed to somebody. There's been no period that's been as decadent as now. And the end times were meant to be as decadent. Iniquity would abound, said in this verse that I read before this. And there's no place in history that's been to this degree. It's not been global. You can't talk about the world, the end of the world, beginning of the world. Okay, for there shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time. No, ever it shall be. World is the word cosmos. That's the cosmos, okay? That the world includes the environment around the world, the near space around the world. It's the environment. It's the everything. It's the mental state. It's the spirits. It's hell and that first heaven. That can be thought of as the first heaven, where the next level can potentially save people into spirits and souls into buckets or containers or different locations within that will eventually separate from the planet, and then a new one will come in to install itself to start a new civilization potentially. That's what's depicted in Revelation chapter 12, chapter 6, towards the end. The heaven rolls up as a scroll. That's like it's a body of information. It's like the heaven is a body of information. The scroll was compared to the scroll that writing was done on. It was rolled up and transported that way. And all the spirits and all the souls are like objects of databases, all little databases of their lives while you're living, genetically encoded, that was offloaded in the electromagnetic structures, sort of like the structures that are sent by computers, packets, network packets of information that are both programs and data sent over the airwaves in order for us to have these internet communications and to send files back and forth, send music videos back and forth. Okay, I'll go down to the next verse in Matthew because I still didn't get to the place that I was thinking about. And except those days should be shortened, there should be no flesh to be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Well, Doe thought that meant, in the Beyond Human tapes, I believe, that shortened was that they wouldn't live out the full length of their lives. Well, it's for the elect actually means from eglo-omai, select, those selected. By implication, the favorites, the chosen, the selected. So for the selected one's sake, those days, and that's just a period of time, doesn't necessarily mean, it can mean literal space between dawn and dusk, but it can also mean 24 hours. But figuratively, it's a period, always defined more or less clearly by the context. Right. So Jesus isn't talking about specific 24-hour periods of time in this context. He's talking about thousands of years in advance. Then if any man shall say to you, then, lo is Christ, or there, believe it not. Because it's not going to be announced that way. That didn't happen. T&O didn't say they were Christ. And they didn't tell you to go someplace. Because they didn't establish a religion. One location, a base, like all the other cults did. See, lo here, in the same spot, is Hod. It's like an abode, Hod. I don't know if that's related. In place, there. So then if any man shall say unto you, behold, lo, see, imperative, lo, over here to a certain place, Christ is, or there, another place Christ is, believe it or not. Why? Because he's going to be Bedouin. He's going to be like, I say Bedouin because Doe used that term one time to describe the way that Jesus said that the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. He's not like the foxes and like the birds that have a nest and the foxes that have their holes. But he has no place to lay his head because no place on earth is home to him anymore. Because his home is leaving the earth, leaving the human kingdom, grafting to his new family, literally, physical family, physical abodes, not floating around on clouds, playing harps. A harp in that depiction in Revelation 14 is the vehicle, the instrument of their telling the truth about Tiendo. Harping is the process of telling the truth. However they do that, writing, videos, internet, in person. Okay, let's go to the next one. For there shall be false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Well, if it's possible means if that person can be deceived, they will be. If they allow it to happen. We can allow it to happen. We don't have to allow it to happen. We can ask the next level for help to not let it happen. And what happens when people do that? They leave that person that was the false Christ or false teacher or false prophet. And there's many in that category, and all the religions have, and the atheists and the scientists and the politicians. They're all potentially different degrees of false speakers, speaking lies about the reality of the planet and how it's a school for souls to be graduated from that have to overcome their humanness to do. It's a very hard task. And it can only be done with the older members' instructions, the current older member. We can't abide by everything Jesus taught and not abide by anything Tiendo taught and expect that we're going to be taken into being saved for a future opportunity to graduate the human kingdom. No. If we don't recognize what Tiendo are teaching as being the same things that Jesus was teaching, then we never knew Jesus. The writing on those pages in the Bible don't give us that. They don't give us that relationship. We only form the relationship when we apply the current information, the most current information, which will be an update of all the past information, just like Jesus was an update of the Moses information. Because those were toddlers, and then they were like in high school, and then Tiendo brought them through graduation, and still can bring some through a graduation. I'm not sure what grade people can graduate to, but Tiendo taught that there aren't any limits the next level sets on people's growth. Then it says, behold, I've told you before. Wherefore, if they say to you, behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. Right, because he's not going to be in one spot. You're not going to know where he is. And that's the way it was with Tiendo for the whole 19 years that I was with them. And I'm sure for the remaining years that I was not with them. It was very hard to find them. Once somebody left the group, it was almost impossible to find them. They had to be asking the next level to find them. And then it did happen a couple times. It says, for light, as lightning cometh out of the east and shineth to the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Now, lightning is actually the word that's rooted in the word aster. Astrope, from astropo, 797, probably from aster. Well, it has the same kind of root, right? As lightning, light and shine, to flash. But if you go to aster, probably from the base of strontium. A star has strewn over the sky. And what does a comet look like? A comet looks like a star strewn over its tail shows it to be strewn over the, so literally or figuratively, both works. So you can say it's lightning because it's a light, the light of awareness, the light of the mind of the next level is coming. And we see it from east shining to west. That's the ecliptic path, right? And east to west could also mean that it's the same light that started in the east, in the Middle East, and shined to the west, to the United States. Or to the west, meaning Europe and Africa and the United States and South America. North America and South America, not just the United States, Canada too, Mexico too. That's what the light was going to be shining on, that whole area, primarily. And that's also the most of the areas that's got the most English-speaking people in it, so that they could speak the same language as the returnees were going to be speaking. And that's why there was a melting pot from east to west. That light was creating that melting pot of the response to the light is always the negativity tries to combat it. And so they start the wars and all that, and and the greed and the gluttony and and all that's brewing and the competitions and the murdering and the deceits that all go with that. That forced people to leave when they became the subject of that in all the different refugees. And what did they do? They're fleeing to the west. Even the people in Afghanistan are fleeing west. People in Syria are fleeing west. Mostly. I'm not saying they're not fleeing east too, to Pakistan and India, but I bet if you actually could count them, a lot more would be fleeing west. And he's saying that's how the coming of the Son of Man will be. Well, it's also a comet like the Hale-Bopp comet, okay? So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Son of Man means son is like used very widely of immediate, remote, or figuratively kinship. Child, a child, foal, a son, a child of man, meaning anthropos. It's like in the Greek, it's from anar, ops, countenance, from man-faced. It's the son of a human being. It's the offspring of a human, the foal of a human. That's how he's coming. For a spacecraft, cloud of light was a spacecraft that was hiding Jehovah when he went into the tent. And Moses touched Jehovah, and so that he was physical. But he wasn't allowed to look at Jehovah's face, or Jehovah said he would die. Talking about physical beings, even the soul of the next level is a physical being that humans cannot kill, and the space aliens can't either, and they cannot create. Jesus talked about them as seeds planted in the earth. For wherever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Well, the carcass are the dead, right? And that's the ones that the eagles can have two contexts there. The eagles can be the Luciferian space aliens. That's mostly the way birds are depicted. So that, and you could say that the United States eagles, depicting the human beast eagle, and that is after the dead. And so, in other words, all the spirits and souls that die in allegiance to the United States and the European Union, the G7, and any that are related to that, will be gathered together. And that became, the gathering became the United States. And even can be specifically seen as being in the area that could be identified as Magog. And Gog then becomes the opposite of God. It's the Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls, and all their discarnate helpers, and all the humans that are in league with them, whether they know it or not. Then he says, immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and stars shall fall from heaven, and powers of the heavens shall be shaken. So immediately after the turmoil of those days shall the sun be darkened. Okay, now that's going to be that hasn't ended yet. And the moon, now the word after can be also during, denoting accompaniment. So you can say immediately accompanying the tribulation, whole different light it puts on it, right? So in other words, it's not necessarily at the same time. Well, I mean after, like literally in time and space after the tribulation's over. The tribulation is a period of time of approximately 40 years, maybe. The hour of tribulation, the hour of desolation and abomination. But the final hour, the last hour meaning like 40 years, potentially. So after that period of time, or accompanied by that period of time, the sun will be darkened and the moon shall give her light. So that's going to happen a number of times maybe, right? And stars shall fall from heaven, okay? You can have objects, fireballs. We've had some fireballs. We didn't have a designation of fireballs until around 2013 when that happened in Russia at Kablinks. I'm not saying that right, maybe, where that meteor came down and blew out the windows and doors of warehouses and homes, thousands, by the thousands, by the sonar, the wave of force that thing had. That obviously came from the heavens because humans didn't have that power. There's never been anything close to it that humans have developed. And powers of the heavens shall be shaken. In other words, shaken meaning earthquakes. Agitate, rock, topple, by implication destroy, figuratively to disturb. So the powers in this instance is the force, heavens. Heavens meaning the same Uranus, okay? So that's the idea of elevated areas. So that doesn't have to necessarily mean deep space, where the next level has their bases. It can mean the areas, that the Luciferians still have access to, the space aliens. This could be talking about the power, because they do have power. They have a lot of power. Lucifer has a lot of power over him. Look at what he's done with this human kingdom. Has got all these countries fighting against each other and working together to build up their profits and to have their hidden agendas and to dominate other people with their laws and force people to do the things that they want them to do, using even science as a justification. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. I believe this is depicting the seventh closeness that Tiendo said was Jesus coming back in Revelation 19. They didn't say it was Revelation 19. They just said when Jesus was coming back during the seventh closeness. But Revelation 19 is what seems to depict this. It's a time of mourning because there's a lot of death going on, as Revelation 6:8 talks about starting with the fourth seal being opened. That is beginning now more than ever. And it's going to keep on escalating. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they should gather together the elect. That's talking about that Revelation 19 harvest that Jesus is ruling over, and that his students are the ones that are doing that work. This is also, it's happening now too. And he sends his angels with a great sound of a trumpet. And that's the seventh trumpet sounding, which happened in the 1990s. When Doe came out in 1994 and went town to town holding meetings throughout the United States, telling them that the same one that was Jesus is back. That was the return of Jesus, beginning of it. Now, the end of the return in Revelation 19 is the return in his next level body. He's not going to come down and show people his scars of that vehicle. If it's even that same vehicle, it's the next level vehicle that he's bringing with him. He could bring that same next Jesus vehicle with him if he wanted to, but how is anybody going to know what that vehicle looks like? We don't have any accurate depictions of what that vehicle looks like, especially after it came out of the tomb, and the disciples couldn't even recognize it. But it's the same soul that allowed his blood to be shed so that he could restore it to health, and then levitate up into not levitate like in a meditative position, but just to rise up, because he had power over gravity with that new vehicle that he had healed, and that his father gave him when he went back to his father. He told him not to touch him until he goes back to his father, because the father was going to do something to that vehicle to help it be able to be touched, so that he would seem to be as real as they saw him before he left, for their sake, so that they would know he had a physical body. It was the next level physical body. Like Paul said, it was a celestial body. One of the things that Paul said that was decent. Decent meaning can be linked to other thinking that is clearly next level thinking that he probably would have got from Peter and James and whoever else he was in association with. Now, still talking about this generation shall not pass until all things be fulfilled. So whoever's experiencing this aren't going to die. I mean, that whole generation's not going to die off by the time this is all done. Doesn't mean that some people in that generation won't die off, because that happens all the time during generations. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. Right, he's saying there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. That's Revelation talks about that. But of that day and hour no man knoweth, not the angels of heaven, not my Father only. And yet all these preachers would always predict these, final days, and that when something was going to happen, and they were all proven wrong, and they will always be proven wrong. That's why I don't ever say anything about a specific day and time. It's ridiculous. It's so elementary to not say that. Even it says it right there, not to do it. So why would somebody do it? Because they were taught to do the opposite. The Luciferians want them to do the opposite of what Jesus was teaching and what Moses was teaching. Because then all the people will see them doing the opposite, know that they're hypocrites, and then they might not even believe the next level exists, because they'll think, well, if they say it exists, it must not. That's the way the truth can be twisted. But the next level helps people that were given in ways of even depositing part of their mind into certain vehicles so that they can potentially wake up. So right now the soul is looking for vehicles to wake them up. I want to close this. So, these weren't necessarily all, we can't assume that they're all perfectly in order, because in Luke and Mark, that also depict this conversation, there's slightly different orders of things. And so it's you can't 100% depend on the order. But I think they're all going to happen. They've both happened before, and they're going to happen again in another significant, major way. Doug talked about how the next level could show up with an armada of spacecrafts. And what would the powers that be do? It would be like the day the Earth stood still, right? That kind of event, except you wouldn't have necessarily landed. They would just be seen like big lights in the sky. And those lights can be transmitting exactly who they are. People can even get an image of Doe in their mind. This is T and Doe coming back. They can do that if they want to do that. And that's why it says in Revelation 6 that they're going to say, hide us from the face of him that, well, nowadays they're not going to see the face of Jesus and think that. Now the Luciferians might put a face of Jesus up in the air, but that would be a hologram, just like in Fatima. That was a hologram of the Virgin Mary. The transmission, that's who that was. Tiendo said that. Oh, I should have went a little slower there. Oh, did I not go to the right? I didn't go to the right verse. of me. Oh yeah, I didn't go to the right one. Okay. So let me just finish this talk with going to the right one. Luke 21:25. And there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring. Okay, sea and the waves roaring. Okay, you got people saying that the hurricanes are getting worse, they're getting more, right? Storms are getting worse, they're dumping more water, flooding. Signs in the sun and moon and stars. I've shown plenty of those in these depictions from NASA. So if Jesus is providing, and the next level is providing these signs, then they can't be the tricks that the Luciferians and the humans are doing. The holograms or the fake fireball that I think they did over California not too many years ago. That people were, oohing and ahhing about. Had that happened while T and Do were here, or even immediately after, maybe I would have thought it was T and Do's. I wondered if the Norway spiral was next level, but then I think that was like another one of those like mystery kind of things. They made it into that, right? Deceitful ways of showing off their technology. I don't know if that was space alien driven or space aliens gave the ideas to the humans directly or indirectly, or and the humans just wanted to do that to celebrate Obama's getting the Nobel Peace Prize. That's what that happened. Which Nobel Peace Prize, I don't know why he was getting the Nobel Peace Prize. What did he do that created peace? I mean, he did try to remove forces from the wars, but he wasn't allowed to. And Trump's not even allowed to. All right. I'm not going to try to go into any more detail with all this. I didn't say the distress of nations with perplexity. Oh, that's a good one, though. Because perplexity is the state of one who is perplexed. That's like a state of confusion. And people that are confused don't know they're confused necessarily. Sometimes they might, but sometimes they don't. And I've seen a lot of people say, things as facts and about things that happened or that that I know are not facts. And people don't know what God means anymore. They don't know whether there's space aliens a God or spirits or gods or paranormal world or whether or there's life after death, or if life after death is better than life during being in a vehicle. People think that that we're gods to ourselves. People think that Jesus did it for us, so we don't have to. That's confusing. That's very confusing. Why would that happen? Why would Jesus want to be with us if we had all our human behaviors doing things against what he said? Don't we have to cleanse ourselves of the sin first? And true, we may never get past certain things, but as long as we're trying to get past those things, and the next level, and we're asking the next level for help to get past those things, then we'll get help. But if we're asking Jesus to give help for those things, well, then we're only going to get the amount of help that, if the next level wants to help us, if we're calling on Jesus, that's fine. I'm not the one to say what the next level can do. But in general, if they're asking for Jesus to help them, they're not going to hear them, because Jesus isn't here. Jesus wasn't intending to come back with that vehicle. For the teaching time, especially. Because he wasn't going to be the one showing miracles. That's the Luciferians doing that. And they do. And even these pictures that I get from, all these spacecrafts that are up there taking pictures of everything is kind of a miracle. The internet, GPS, genetic experimentation, longevity, replanting organs, growing skin, to help burn victims. So a lot of these things are very good things, right? I'm not taking away from those things, but they're compared to the next level, they're elementary. They're all elementary compared to the next level, because they all have negative ramifications. The skin doesn't last long, or they have to take drugs so their immune system doesn't try to attack the autoimmune, aspects. Attack itself, the vehicle attack itself, that causes disease, like diabetes and osteoporosis and many others. Okay, well, I didn't intend to go through that much of this. Coming up on 4.5 hours here, and I'm wiped out. So I'm going to leave it with, see, there's nothing new in the comment room. And it's been an honor to be able to talk about Tiando and how they are fulfilling all the prophecies of Jesus and the Old Testament prophets and Moses and Enoch, Elijah, Zechariah. Anyway, good night, Kate's Biz. Boy, you've been hanging in here the whole time. I'm glad it's working for you. Look forward to the next opportunity. Good night.